Sound check 1 2 3. Sound check 1 2 3.
Good afternoon, Matthew. It's Angela in Council Chambers. Can you hear me okay?
20-degree swing.
So we see you well, Matthew, and I can see that you're speaking, but we can't hear you. Do you want to unmute your microphone for a moment?
Yes.
Perfect.
You can hear me now? Thank
We
you.
can hear you and see you. So what I would ask is that if you could go ahead and mute yourself again and just hide your video until committee has a question of you.
Okay.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Clerk. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the City of Hamilton General Issues Committee meeting. It's a special meeting on February the 10th. As we have quorum present for today's meeting, I'd like to call this meeting to order. A reminder that all electronic devices are to be switched to a non-audible function during committee meetings. There are no ceremonial activities today, so we're moving to item 3 on the agenda, which is the approval of the agenda. Madam Clerk, can you advise of items included in the addendum?
Yes, Deputy Mayor, there are 5 added delegations for today.
Thank you very much. I need a mover and a seconder to approve the agenda as presented. Moved by Councillor Nan, seconded by Councillor Spatafor. Thank you. Is there any discussion on the agenda? Seeing none, we'll call the vote. It's a hands vote. All in favor, raise your hands, please. And that is unanimous. Thank you very much. Declarations of interest, item 4 on the agenda. Are there any declarations of interest today? Seeing none, we're now going to move on to item 6, which is delegations. Before we begin our delegations for today, members are reminded that questions of the delegations are for clarification purposes only and not for debate. A note to our delegates, you have 5 minutes to complete your delegation. You will hear a tone after 4 minutes, and then you will have an additional minute to finish up. As per Section 5.12, Section 11 of the city's procedural bylaw, delegates who have previously appeared before a committee on a subject matter and request to speak to a committee a second time on the same subject matter shall be limited to providing only new information as part of their subsequent appearance. So I'll do my best to listen very closely to all of the questions, answers, and debates today, to ensure that we are dealing with the approved agenda item and to ensure decorum. To the members around the table, given that you can't turn your individual microphones on, if you have a point of order or a privilege today, please state it loudly. I'll stop the discussion or debate to hear your point of order. I may consult with the clerk prior to announcing my findings. If any member objects to my findings, they may challenge the chair. If the chair is challenged, I will relinquish the chair to the clerk, who will hold a vote on the subject matter. With that, we're moving on to delegations respecting report AUD 26002, Housing Audits Barton Tiffany Temporary Shelters Investigation and Lessons Learned Citywide. A note to the committee, we will take one vote at the end to receive all delegations on this matter. The first delegation is Mr. Andrew Sellum in person. You all set?
All set.
You have 5 minutes now.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor, Madam Mayor, members of council, members of public, as well as city staff and Auditor Brown. My name is Andrew Selman. I'm a lifelong Hamiltonian. I'm a member of Ward 3. I'm your neighbor if you live down there. And I'm here today to speak about the Auditor General report regarding the micro-shelter project at Barton and Tiffany. Now, I'll say, I appreciate the chair mentioning new information only. I've been here a few times to speak about this project. I first came down here in 2024. Because at that point, it was clear to me that the taxpayers of Hamilton and those we were trying to help were being taken advantage of. Quite frankly, I took that personally. Because this is the city my parents grew up in, my grandparents grew up in, my great-grandparents grew up in, and it's the city I'm raising my daughter in with my wife. No one should be permitted to take advantage of the taxpayers, the people of Hamilton, in the manner detailed in this report. Now, a statement from the City of Hamilton, a City of Hamilton employee, described this as a large, complex project delivered in good faith during a crisis. Now, I don't doubt this was done in good faith. I do question the urgency, and I don't question the urgency, but urgency shouldn't lower the standard of oversight, it should raise it. Now, the Auditor General has laid out a report on your desk, and it doesn't outline just a mistake. It outlines a total failure of oversight and process. I want to briefly take you back to May of 2024. According to the Auditor General, in May 2024, representatives from Microshelter Inc. began contacting senior city staff in the mayor's office to market their solution. Emails were sent, pitches were made, relationships were forged. But there's a problem with that timeline, and that problem should trouble everyone who wants the mayor's directive. This report confirms that this company was not incorporated until August 28th, 2024. So let's think about what that means. For months, May, June, July, August, the highest office in this city was being lobbied by a ghost, a corporate phantom with no legal standing, no employees, no track record, and as the auditor confirmed, no sales. Quite frankly, they had no business walking through the door. And yet this ghost company was given an audience, a purchase order, and eventually millions of taxpayer dollars. And I'll note, to this very day, the vendor's website uses promotional material produced by the City of Hamilton, paid for by the taxpayers, featuring the mayor. It also has the city manager in that video, as well as members that are living at Barton and Tiffany. They're using that to sell a product, which the Auditor General described as arriving with pungent smells and failing electrical wiring. The City of Hamilton website is on their website, friends. So they're using the credibility of this city, the credibility of the citizens of Hamilton to sell the incompetence of their product. And so far, we haven't stopped them. Now, the Auditor General released new information on Friday. During testimony conducted under oath, he found that criminal fraud may have taken place. Now, I'll leave the details of that to be spoken to by Foldham Inc. and Mr. Shorthill this afternoon. But we can move on to perhaps the most damning item within this report. The City of Hamilton never signed a proper contract with this company. My friends, this is the City of Hamilton. We're a billion-dollar corporation. When a billion-dollar corporation hands over taxpayer dollars without rigorous or binding contracts, that's not oversight. That's financial negligence. Now, this report confirms we paid millions for sight unseen products that were subpar. Doing so without a contract has likely limited our ability to seek financial restitution for the millions of dollars we required to spend to fix that problem. Now, the facts in the Auditor General report raise serious questions about financial discipline in this city. And frankly, I believe we have reason to worry. We haven't produced an audited financial statement since 2022, and you can't manage what you don't measure. So given these factors, the missing statements, the lack of financial transparency, the ghost vendor, I think it's reasonable for the people of Hamilton to ask, how is their money being managed? My friends, Hamilton is a hardworking city. We're a city of steelworkers and healthcare professionals, teachers and skilled trade people, civil servants and retirees. We're a city on Friday nights where families sit around the kitchen table and make tough decisions about what we can afford to put our kids in the summer, what we can spend our money on. They spend their money carefully. They expect you to do the same with our tax dollars. So today, I'm calling on this council to conduct a forensic audit of all sole source contracts. Identify to the public if we're negotiating or have done deals with other ghost vendors or companies that appear to be expressly set up for contracts with the City of Hamilton. We need to know via an audit if this is a one-time failure or standard operating procedure in this city. We need to review every single agreement to ensure a structured approach is taken and we're protecting the city, the taxpayers, and those we're trying to help within our contracts. You have the report, the facts, and the timeline. We can't undo the failures detailed in this report, but we can make a decision to ensure they never happen again. My name is Andrew Selman. I thank you for your time, and I welcome any questions you might have.
Thank you, Delegate Selman. Are there any questions for the delegate? Seeing none, we thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
The next delegate is Carl Andros of the Hamilton Community Benefits Network. It's an in-person delegation. And I'd like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the presence in the gallery, former member of Provincial Parliament Paul Miller and former Stoney Creek City Councillor Peter Janik. Thank you for being here. Afternoon, Carl.
With the chair and council's indulgence, I'd like to ask for maybe a minute and a half extra. I haven't quite timed my speech.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor McMeekin, seconded by Councillor Taddison. Thank you. All those in favor of adding additional time to Mr. Andros' presentation? Is that a hand vote? Hand vote, please. Thank you.
Which, just before we begin the time, how do I switch slides? The down arrow? Okay, I was using left right there. Thank you very much. Good morning, Mayor, councillors, city staff, chair, the press, and everyone from the public excited enough about local politics to be watching this special General Issues Committee, here and at home. I'm still Carl Andrus, Executive Director of the HCBN. Moreover, I'm here today to speak about a matter which has gotten less than the greatest press or reputation, the temporary Barton Tiffany shelter and the evaluation before you today. Lots has gone wrong in rushing this needed emergency facility together. Opportunities for partnership, like with HATS, the Hamilton Alliance for Tiny Shelters, failed to materialize. It's my hope today that you on council and staff are transparent and open about what happened in and what I hope was a rush to provide our vulnerable residents with vital, warm places to stay. It didn't.
Just hold the timer because it's not advancing.
Oh, I'll just use the mouse then. Fine. That's okay.
When you begin again, the timer will start.
In an understandable criticism of these very new to Hamilton interventions, much time has been spent. It was from the start a rush job for a city that had never done this before and had little framework to draw on. It felt those watching on this council may have recognized the urgency of our homelessness crisis and set a timeline that rushed deployment. Many lessons can be learned from this costly mistake, and I don't want to dwell on them completely. But what we need to talk about is the fact that we are also in the greatest housing crisis since the Great Depression, perhaps even before then. At least during the Depression, there were more people living off the land. We've seen senior levels of government increasingly underfunding public housing emergency supports and are relying more on market-based solutions to the housing crisis. So you're dealing from an impossible deck. That doesn't undermine what has happened and the potential that the city of Hamilton was possibly defrauded. I don't want to lose sight, though, of the good that is also happening on this site and this capital investment that you chose to make. However, you occasionally, like I said, stumble on a good idea or a good hand, and the Barton Tiffany site, regardless of the cost, provides 80 spaces for 24/7 wraparound support to previously unhoused residents who may have roughed it in parks or on sidewalks. Its implementation, far from perfect, the location not ideal, has housed 92 clients who might not have otherwise found space in the existing shelter system. It provided a pathway to 28 people to become housed, more of which staff have gained invaluable experience in how to procure emergency shelters of this kind. These fulsome reports, I believe, provide this council with an in-depth understanding of the major mistakes and, as I mentioned, potential fraud. Barton Tiffany can and should have been built better, and it could be. The city of Hamilton has a great deal of land. However, as you know, building affordable housing, even supportive affordable housing, can take years, sometimes a decade, and is very costly. In contrast to this, the site shelters tend to offer crowding, fear of safety, theft, not to mention costly operations, and are very rules restrictive. The Barton Tiffany site provides a locked door, pet accommodation, on-site staff to support harm reduction, meals, medical care, and support, and keeps people with nowhere else out of our parks in tents. It provides a possible model for future decisions on emergency housing, perhaps not procurement, but how we might emergency house our neighbors. The estimated $600,000 required to be included in the 2025 tax-supported operating budget to fund the 7 full-time complements as identified and adjusted to $700,000 for inflation as the program continues to work out is about $700 to $800 a month per resident. Barton Tiffany is a bargain versus the cost of an emergency room, a shelter bed, which is between $2,100 and $2,400 a month, a hospital bed, which is between $13,000 and $15,000 a month, Keeping someone in prison costs about $4,300 a month. And it's a fact that every $10 invested in supportive housing results in an average savings of $21.72 across healthcare, social services, and justice systems. Not to mention keeping people in a space they can call their own, that they feel safer, accommodates their needs, perhaps for pets, options to transition from substance use, perhaps to stay with a partner. The noise around capital cost and failure in the rush to implement is drowning out some of the good that this project is actually doing, and the potential for the city to learn the valuable lessons on both procurements, but also on emergency shelters and build more spaces like these. Now that they have the experience and hopefully have learned how to procure them properly, perhaps having them constructed by students or a small job-starved local construction firm at substantial savings. I know friends and acquaintances who are frontline workers in the housing and shelter systems, some at this very site. They say it's not ideal. Housing first should always be the goal. However, as a shelter, it's working. So please, as you read these reports and take in the hard lessons of what went wrong, don't discard the project's core intent, that housing is a human right and that there is much more cost-effective on taxpayers to keep people with a roof over their head in places like Barton Tiffany site than it is to savagely continue to displace them from parks, dehumanizing them, destroying their goods, and costing you a great deal of overtime in policing and public works dollars. There's also a cost in emergency rooms, ambulance response times, but most importantly, we are talking about people, human beings who deserve dignity, not a distressing, detached death in a darkened alley. Thank you.
That's it, Carl?
Yeah.
You did that really quickly.
I did, yeah.
Thank you very much, sir. Much appreciated. Councillors, are there any questions? Can we take the presentation down so that I can see the online members? Just hang in there for a second. There we go. Okay, so councillors, we have one councillor wishing to ask questions, Councillor Mark Tattison. Councillor, your microphone is on now.
Thank you, Chair. Carl, you mentioned that there was a cost of $700 to $800 a month, and I think you stated that it's a bargain. Can you go into a little bit of detail on how you figured out those costs?
So I'm looking at operational costs, obviously with the investigation of the auditor underway and you guys debating the capital costs through the chair today. Those are a separate issue, and I believe especially the capital costs that you pay do not necessarily represent what the actual capital costs of a project, if done properly like this, would represent. But what we did is I took that estimation in your 2025 operating budget for the cost to fund those 7 full-time complements that was adjusted for inflation. So this is actually from one of your own reports that it costs about $600 to $700K for the staffing, so operational costs of the sites.
Thank you very much.
Are there any further councillors wishing to ask questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your presentation today, Carl. Good to see you, sir. Next up is item 6.1C. It is Aaron Deans, Catherine Kalinowski of the Good Shepherd Center, and Dr. Carrie Beal. They have requested additional time. I'd like a motion to give them 8 minutes. I need a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor McMeekin, seconded by Councillor Cretch. And that is a hand vote. All in favor, please. Thank you. That's approved. You ready to go?
Good to go? All right,
Okay.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name's Aaron Deans. I'm the director of Good Shepherd's temporary Barton Tiffany shelter. I'm here to speak today about how Good Shepherd works closely with city staff to ensure that we are meeting our operating contract obligations. So my comments to follow will demonstrate how we do so. In early February 2025, Good Shepherd welcomed the first 20 residents into the temporary Barton Tiffany shelter. Through March, an additional 60 single women, men, couples, and people in domestic relationships, along with many of their pets, were admitted. This was made possible through strong collaboration between the City of Hamilton's Housing-Focused Street Outreach Team, Animal Services Team, the SPCA, and Good Shepherd. From the outset, Good Shepherd approached this innovative response to the homelessness crisis with a clear mandate: to support individuals facing significant barriers to accessing traditional shelter services, many of whom were disconnected from physical and mental health supports, and income stability services. The Barton Tiffany team quickly recognized that we were serving a highly unique population, as 50% of the first 100 residents to access the shelter had never spent a single night in an emergency shelter in Hamilton. A further 16% had fewer than 20 shelter stays. As of February 10th, the program has supported 120 unique individuals with emergency shelter stays, along with 42 pets. A key factor in the program's success has been the development of Barton Tiffany as a service hub. Community health partners, including the Hamilton Regional Indian Center, Shelter Health Network, Good Shepherd's Health on Wheels and RAM Nurse Practitioner, the Aboriginal Health Center, Alcohol, Drugs and Gambling Services, and CMHA provide on-site supports to residents. At the same time, the Social Navigator program team has been able to work more efficiently with residents who are already connected to their services. My colleague, Dr. Carrie Beal, will speak to the benefits of these on-site health services, but I would like to highlight the impact of on-site harm reduction supports, including a dedicated 24/7 staff member from St. Joe's Healthcare, and the exceptional work of Good Shepherd's Rapid Access to Addictions Medicine Nurse Practitioner. To date, the RAM nurse practitioners received over 70 referrals and achieved a compliance rate exceeding 90%. Evidence of the benefits of this approach is reflected in on-site safety outcomes. Barton Tiffany experienced just over 20 suspected overdoses on site, compared to more than 4 times that number at a comparable men's shelter program. To date, 23 residents have transitioned into permanent housing, most with support from intensive case management programs at Good Shepherd, Mission Services, and Wesley as part of the City of Hamilton's Coordinated Access System. These programs provide ongoing community-based follow-up by dedicated housing workers, helping residents to successfully maintain their housing. On-site, residents are further supported by a dedicated City of Hamilton Ontario Works caseworker who collaborates closely with housing and health teams to reinforce these positive outcomes. The program has kept its impact on emergency services consistently low, at last count averaging just over 5 calls per month. This shows that TBTS is helping to reduce the demand on the city's emergency services. 1 year into operations, I can confidently say that the Barton Tiffany shelter is fulfilling its mandate, providing a low-barrier, housing-focused shelter for individuals who were previously surviving in encampments. Survival is the key word here. When survival is your main daily priority, it takes precedence over long-term goals such as securing housing, addressing health needs, reconnecting with family, or stabilizing finances. In many ways, by removing that survival piece, Barton Tiffany is proving to be a place of transformation. It provides space, resources, and opportunity for people who have been surviving on the margins of our community to be safer, to achieve enhanced health and well-being, and to live with greater dignity and sense of belonging as they navigate into more permanent housing. Barton Tiffany has not and will not end the homelessness crisis, but our experience over the last year demonstrates that it has filled a dangerous gap in Hamilton's homeless serving system. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Beal, please. Can we pull that microphone down a little bit, and then can someone turn it on for her? There we go. That's better. We want to hear your voice.
Move the whole desk, okay. Put my glasses on so I have a chance
Welcome,
of
Dr.
actually
Beal. Please
seeing what I've
proceed.
done. Thanks, everyone, for having me here to talk. So when you're homeless, your health issues take a backseat to your safety and your survival. Many of us are actually just 1 or 2 paychecks away from being homeless. A job loss, a marital breakdown, a huge rent hike, a rent eviction. You find yourself in Canadian Tire buying a tent. Before Tiffany and Barton, and I call it Tiffany and Barton, not Barton and Tiffany, opened, I sat on the Encampment Liaison Committee, which was involved in the planning process, along with a friend who had just been out of homelessness for a couple of months. My input was purely medical, what I needed in the way of space and equipment. His was the more practical aspects of getting a group of people who wouldn't normally choose to live together and who don't necessarily like each other to coexist. Back when the encampment protocol was in place, my job was actually easier. I could track somebody down in an encampment if I needed to dress a wound or treat an infection. When the encampment protocol ended and bylaws started moving people in their property pretty much weekly, my job became much more challenging. People in encampments are usually unable to leave, go for investigations, medical appointments. Their stuff will get stolen or their stuff will get destroyed. Even if they're able to book these appointments, they can't keep their phone charged, so they'll end up missing them. As I said before, when you are homeless, your health issues take a back seat to your safety and your survival. So finally, having a percentage of my homeless patients in a safe place where I can properly address their medical needs has been wonderful for me. We get their health cards updated. We apply for ODSP for those who qualify. We get them labs, x-rays, investigations that we need to sort their medical issues. So when they're finally stably housed, we can connect them with a proper family doctor who can continue to follow them for their acute and chronic conditions. When I come through the gate in the morning at Tiffany and Barton, I'm greeted with a "Hi, Dr. Beale," from all sides, and I have to stop and visit with my favorite patients and their dogs before I hit my clinic space. The serious illnesses in the folks at Tiffany and Barton who were living on the street often don't become apparent until they settle in. Initially, they have a massive mistrust of the medical profession, rightly so. We treat them like shit in the emergency room. We accuse them of drug seeking even when they're there for a legitimate problem. It generally takes a couple of weeks and other folks in Tiffany and Barton letting them know that I'm harmless and perhaps even helpful before they risk coming to see me. We have been able to arrange surgery to overcome blindness in one patient who would not have been able to do so in an encampment, given the stringent post-op requirements for equipment and medications. We have healed up a nasty diabetic foot ulcer, try to get home care to come and treat somebody in their car, and facilitated the diagnosis of MS, which we initially thought was brain cancer, so fortunately it was just MS. We have been involved around the delivery of one baby, and we are awaiting the delivery of a second. We have brought a psychiatrist to Tiffany and Barton to complete assessments and suggest treatments for patients who suffer from diagnoses that make it impossible for them to get leave to get that done. We help with detox and treatment for our patients who have become drug addicted while homeless. A lot of our drug addicted individuals were not drug addicted before they were homeless. So you notice I say we, not I. It takes a village, and we're fortunate to have created one here.
Thank you, Dr. Beale. Thank you, Aaron, for your presentation. Please don't go anywhere. We do have a few questions for
okay.
you. The first speaker up is Councillor Maureen Wilson. Councillor, your microphone is on.
Thank you very much. My first question is to Delegate Deans. You said two things, and I just want to make sure I understand fully what you were sharing with us. The first comment seemed to be an expression of giving us a sense of who was coming in, and I thought I heard you say that you referenced a percentage and that the residents that were coming in to Barton Tiffany or Tiffany Barton had not previously experienced shelter life, but I wasn't clear, and I want to make sure I understand what you're telling me. If you could just unpack that first point.
Thank you, Councillor. Delegates, please go ahead.
For sure. So using the HIFIS database, which is the Homeless Individuals and Family Information System,
Yeah.
able to review an individual's previous history in accessing emergency shelters. So of the initial 100 individuals who resided at Barton Tiffany, over 50% of them had never accessed an emergency shelter in Hamilton, while another 16 individuals had less than 20 nights in shelter.
Councillor.
So in your opinion as a professional, what is that telling us? If you could elaborate, if you care to, or if you can, through the chair.
Delegates.
Of course. I think it really speaks to the unique population that is supported by this program. Recognize that individuals experiencing unsheltered homelessness, much like others, anyone who experiences homelessness has a unique story that leads to where they are. And I do think it exhibits maybe individuals who would have more of a distrust of systems and institutions, but also I think really reflects that this program is meeting the mandate that it was designed to do, which is to serve a specific population of individuals.
Councillor.
Thank you. My second question is a reference you made to RAM. Could you elaborate on that so I fully understand the context?
For sure. So yeah, Good Shepherd, as part of our health team, has a rapid access to addictions medicine nurse practitioner. So that individual is on site quite consistently within our program, meeting with individuals, helping them have access to medication that would help support them with their substance use. I don't care if you might be better to describe it a bit more than me, or does that sum it up well?
That sums it up.
Okay,
That sums it up.
perfect. Yeah, thank you. I just realized I'm with a medical professional, so
Councillor.
thanks.
Thank you. My final question is Dr. Carey referenced that two individuals, I think, you had assisted in delivery.
I
on
did
site?
not personally assist in their deliveries, but one young lady delivered, we managed to get her off to her housing that had been arranged just right about the time she delivered. She delivered while she was packing up stuff to put in there. The second one is currently trying, we're working on getting housing for them in a rather desperate, because she was a little further along than we thought she was.
Thank you. That was my question in terms of how does someone who's pregnant, how does that inform your prioritization of effort, if you will?
I would say housing is prioritized, certainly, and also sort of all of the other social supports that go along with that, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Is that it? Thank you very much, Councillor. Just a reminder to the councillors that I'm doing my very best to time you based on your questions only and not the overall presentation. Councillor Ted McMeekin, the microphone is now up. Go ahead, sir.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Aaron and Dr. Carey, for your presentation and for what you do, and in particular for helping to connect some dots for us. We hear a lot about what went wrong, you know, the financial aspects, and God forbid we not do everything we can to avoid what mistakes have been made in the
Question,
past.
Councillor.
I will. I'm getting there. I just want to preamble with that because that's important. Chair, a couple weeks ago, we heard from our senior staff a report on the project, and one of the comments that was made was that notwithstanding some of the struggles, it was in many respects one of the most effective programs the city had. The number I think that was used was 21 people had transitioned to permanent housing. I think, Aaron, you mentioned 28 people?
23.
23 people, okay. That's important. Here's my fear. I'll share it and then ask for your comment on it. After sharing that, senior staff shared that, and you've shared a similar perspective, there was discussion about how soon we could close the site down. And my worry about that, frankly, Chair, was...
Question, Councillor.
Here it comes. You know, I got elected to make sure people understood what the hell I was saying, Chair.
I'm chairing and asking for question and answer of the delegates'
Okay.
question, please.
Well, if you shut it down, how likely is it that we return to the old need for a park protocol again, because these folk who are finding an opportunity to be housed and connecting the dots on healthcare and other care will end up going back into parks and other places where City Council, I think, is very much on record as not being excited about. That's my question, Chair.
Thank you.
I can't speak to that specifically. I can note, sort of as evidence by what I said today, I do think that Barton Tiffany has been an incredibly effective program in supporting individuals experiencing unsheltered homelessness who have been disconnected from healthcare supports, have pets, or might have other barriers. You know, I do think, you know, we'll continue to see that type of sustained success. So I'm only really able to speak about operations at this point in time.
Thank you. Councillor? There you go.
Thanks. Appreciate that. And I want to note that I want to believe, as I suspect you do, that somehow all levels of government can come together with the shared sense of purpose to build more affordable housing. But in the absence of that assurance, it's my belief, and I wonder if it's your belief as well, of the critical importance of maintaining a place like Tiffany Barton that's making those healthcare connections and other connections to avoid having to return to the unwanted public park protocol that council has clearly said they don't want to see happen. That's meant as a question.
Thank you. You want to try that again?
For sure, we're sheltering people who otherwise wouldn't be sheltered. Couples, those with animals. They may try to get into shelter, but they can't. They try to separate them, males, females. If they've got animals, they're not getting sheltered at all. And nobody wants to give up their animals. So I would certainly hope that there is something to allow this to continue. But
Thank you. Councillor, you have 2 minutes for questions.
I really appreciate the good work you're doing, and I appreciate the struggles that we've had, Chair. It's been said that good judgment's based on experience, and experience invariably on bad judgment. Sometimes you make mistakes along the way. The key is to make sure you fix them. And I think the shelter that you're operating so well and the dots you're connecting are really important to the city and part of our all of Hamilton approach to dealing with our homelessness crisis. Thanks so much for your time and efforts.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further speakers around the table? Seeing none, thank you both for your presentation today and your thoughts.
Thank you.
The next speaker that we have is Jacqueline Saint-Pierre, Hamilton Community Benefits Network. Jacqueline? Jacqueline, the timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, councillors, residents, media. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I want to start with a simple truth. The people sleeping outside in our city are not statistics. They are human beings. People with dreams, skills, and contributions yet to be shared, facing cold, hunger, fire, and fear every single night. I know this because I've lived this. I've experienced precarious housing, unsheltered homelessness while disabled, and thanks to the support of my employers at the Manitoulin Expositor and the Hamilton Community Benefits Network, I now have stable housing. And that stability is not abstract, it's life-changing, and it's something that every Hamiltonian deserves. I finally have a regular doctor, and I'm getting genetic testing for a diagnosed condition that my mother has been diagnosed with for over a decade, and it's because I have stable housing now. The Barton Tiffany shelter pilot was brought online quickly, yes, rushed in response to legal pressure and an urgent crisis. Councillors were asked to make fast decisions, even stretching procurement rules. From its conception to the tireless advocacy of the grassroots and Council's decision to act, Barton Tiffany has taught us that urgency alone doesn't save lives. Strong leadership, early expertise, and clear accountability do, especially when people's safety is online. This is something that we have the chance to get ahead of now that we understand and there is a pilot that gives us a little bit more ground under our feet. I'm going to move over the statistics because everybody already stated them. Most residents have had case supports documented. Most had incomplete housing applications. This is fixable. You don't tear down a bridge because traffic signals weren't installed. You install the signals. The financially responsible and ethically sound approach is to strengthen the supports, set clear expectations, and help people move along the housing continuum. These are operational improvements, not massive expenses. Every 10 to 12 nights, people are dying out there because we haven't given them a safe place to live and thrive. This is a moral failure, and it's preventable. When survival depends on income, health, or compliance, we are making decisions, whether we admit it or not, as to whose lives deserve saving. These tragic losses of life should haunt us all. I know it keeps me up at night. Courts are beginning to recognize this reality. Restrictions on daytime shelter may violate Section 7 of the Charter. Meanwhile, the city continues to face legal exposure and costs, including charter litigation. These cases are not abstract. They carry real financial consequences for residents. When significant public resources are repeatedly spent defending policies rather than resolving the root causes, fiscal restraint gives way to circular spending, one that satisfies neither human rights obligations nor residents' concerns about safety and order. The evidence is clear. Housing people first, paired with wraparound supports, cost less than repeated emergency interventions. Policing costs more than stability. Hospitals cost more than prevention. Barton Tiffany is not perfect, but it is working. People stay, they feel safe, they are supported, and it is cheaper than the chaos it replaces. A healthy economy isn't just what we produce, it's how well people live. Whether growth reduces harm, shares benefits fairly, protects our time and environment, and actually improves daily life rather than quietly subtracting from it. The data shows that this model works, high occupancy, stability, and cost savings, and its expansion is both fiscally responsible and morally urgent. We have the opportunity to preserve lives, talents, and contributions that would otherwise be lost. We can pay now to provide housing and coordinated supports, or we can pay later in crisis, litigation, and loss of life. One choice is disciplined, compassionate governance. The other is denial with a much higher human and financial cost. Thank you.
Thank you, Jacqueline. Well within your time frame. Are there any questions? Thank you for your presentation today, Jacqueline. Our next delegate is a virtual delegate, Jamie Shorthill from the Foldham Corporation. Jamie, can you try speaking, Jamie, so we can know we can hear you? Nope, we can only read your lips right now. No, sir, we still can't hear you. From our end, it looks like your microphone is turned off. Try it now. No.
Jamie, it's Angela from the Clerk's Department. Do you want to just try to change your microphone settings by clicking in the search bar at the bottom of your computer? We still can't hear you, unfortunately. The other option is I can send you an email with a phone number that you can call into. We can see that you're trying to communicate with us, Jamie. We just can't hear you. Let me see if I can send you a private chat in the chat of WebEx with the information for you to call in, and then we can try and rectify this quickly.
So we're having some technical issues, ladies and gentlemen, who are watching virtually with one of our delegates trying to get the microphone to work. It was working earlier this afternoon when he called in initially. So give us a couple of minutes to see if we can sort it out.
Jamie, it's Angela again from the Clerk's Department. I've sent you a private chat. If you want to call that number, that should work.
Video. So Jamie, we're going to, when you finally call into us, we will take you offline in terms of your video because we're concerned we're going to get a feedback loop unintentionally, and then you'll be speaking to us through your microphone but without the video. Do you understand? Thank you. So is he there? Did he call in? Yes, I know.
Jamie, if you're still struggling even with calling, do you want to just type me something in the chat? Just because you are our last delegate. Jamie, can you try calling in for us? Did you get the message that I sent you in the chat? Yes, great.
Thumbs up. Let me know physically when you've dialed in, and then we can check to see if you're there at our end. Thank you. Is it showing on WebEx? Do you have the phone on speaker? Instead of, yeah. There we go. Got anything?
I'm going to try. Hopefully this works.
It's working.
Fantastic.
Don't touch anything. Don't touch anything.
I will not.
Okay, thank you for having the patience of working with us. You now have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Honorable Chair, members of the committee and the public. Good morning. My name is Jamie Shorthill, and I am the president of Foldom. On behalf of the company, I want to thank you for allowing us to appear a second time regarding Barton Tiffany. As instructed, we are not here today to cover points raised in my previous delegation. We are here again because of the new supplementary information and findings in Appendix D of the OAG's report that describes conduct that goes beyond administrative error and enters the realm of deliberate misrepresentation. As outlined, the evidence now shows that Foldom's drawings, which included our name and professional engineering stamps, were altered before being submitted to the city. Based on testimony in the report, these alterations were not incidental nor accidental. They were deliberate. Our logo was removed and engineering stamps were removed. The drawings were then rebranded and presented as though they originated from another source. The individual who physically altered these documents has testified under oath that they did so at the direction of a Global Access executive working with one of the microshelter's owners. The contractor stated they were explicitly instructed to cover up Foldom's branding and replace it with microshelter's branding, and these alterations were invoiced and paid for. It was clear from this report, this is not a misunderstanding. This is a process: instruction, alteration, payment, and submission. Engineering stamps exist to protect the public. They certify that a licensed professional has reviewed and approved a design and accepts responsibility for it. Removing those stamps does not merely change a logo, it removes accountability. It misrepresents who designed the structures and who stand behind its safety and certifications. From Foldom's perspectives, what is most concerning is intent. The contractor was told they had permission to make these changes, but permission to alter certified engineering drawings can only come from the engineering firm of record or the rights holder. Permission was never granted nor obtained. The testimony clearly states that the direction came from a Global Access executive. This matters. This was not a junior employee mistake or a contractor freelancing. This was executive level decision to strip engineering credentials from technical documents and present them under a different name, as clearly outlined in the PEO guidelines of professional engineers of Ontario. The nature of these alterations speak volumes about intent. The stamps were not replaced with new certifications. They were simply removed. This suggests an effort to conceal the source of the design rather than to correct or update it. It points to an intent to pass off Foldom's engineers' work as proprietary to another entity. The consequences of this are serious. Altering engineering documents in this way in both the USA and Canada can constitute professional misconduct, misrepresentation, and potentially fraud. It also breaks the chain of professional responsibility that municipalities rely on when approving structures for use and safety. In Ontario specifically, this falls under, and we draw your attention to, Professional Engineers Act, now administered by Engineers and Geosciences Ontario. We must remember who these shelters were intended for. This was not some luxury development. These were shelters meant to house homeless individuals, amongst the most vulnerable people in the community. When engineering certifications are altered or removed, it is not just a corporate dispute. It is a matter of public safety and professional regulation. The auditor's report and subsequent testimony now show coordination between Global Access executive and a microshelter's owner, with the contractor acting on their instructions being paid for the work. This is not accidental. This is organized conduct. If engineering stamps can be removed, altered, or reused without consequences, then no city, be it in California or Ontario, can rely on the documents it receives. No certification is meaning, and public trust in the procurement and safety in construction collapses. After reading this report, we ask, how could this be interpreted in any other way other than a deliberate attempt by Global Access and microshelters to obscure authorship and responsibility in order to advance a commercial arrangement, sale, with the City of Hamilton? This is why this matters. This is not just about ownership of drawings. It's about whether engineering integrity can be altered by executive order at great risk and expense to the city, the taxpayers, and one of the most vulnerable communities in need of a helping hand, the homeless. I said before, we applaud any city and those organizations that attempt to address this important and growing problem. That concludes my testimony for today, and stand ready for any questions that you may have. Thank you for the opportunity to speak again today.
Thank you, Jamie, and thank you for your patience while we work through the technical issues. Councillors, are there any questions? Councillor Tom Jackson, please. Your microphone is now on, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Deputy Mayor Clark. Through you to Mr. Shorthill. Just curious, does your company have a lawsuit against micro shelters? And if you do, what's the status of it? That's my only question, Deputy Mayor. Through you, please.
Thank you, Councillor. Jamie?
Through the chair, yes, there is ongoing legal action that is a matter of public record versus microshelters and Global Access.
And the current status of it? Just that it's underway?
Through the chair, it is ongoing, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks, Deputy Mayor Clark.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you.
Any further questions of the delegate? Seeing none, thank you very much for your presentation today. We really appreciate it.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you. Okay, so that concludes all of our delegations today. I need a mover and seconder to receive the delegations on this item. Moved by Councillor Nan, seconded by Councillor McMeekin. This is a show of hands vote. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you very much. We're now moving on to item 8, which is items for consideration. 8.1 AUD 26002, Housing Audits, Barton Tiffany Temporary Shelters Investigation and Lessons Learned Citywide Revised. Charles Brown, the Auditor General, will provide committee with the presentation. The Auditor General has requested that we provide additional time for his presentation, and he's asking for an additional 10 minutes. Moved by Councillor McMeekin, seconded by Councillor Wang. That's a hand vote? Nope. 2/3 majority, so we need an electronic vote. Thank you. Councillor Jackson is giving a thumbs up. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McMeekin is giving a thumbs up. Thumbs up from Councillor Francis. That passes unanimously, passes the 2/3 for sure. Okay, Auditor General Brown, you have the floor and you have 20 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I'm Charles Brown, Auditor General, and I'm here today to present our audit investigation lessons learned report on the implementation of the Barton Tiffany Temporary Shelters Project. I have with me today Bridget Menard, Deputy Auditor General, Matthew Alter and Emily DeBrato, who are with Castles Law Firm and who assisted us with contract management and related legal matters during our audit investigation. And we've placed their observations and formal legal opinion in a separate letter, which we have attached as confidential Appendix B. The purpose of our audit was fact-finding and to provide commentary on any weaknesses we observed and potential lessons to be learned or improvements that could be made to city policies and processes. By way of background, Barton Tiffany was intended as an innovative solution to providing temporary shelter for the homeless. It was the first of its kind at the city and was part of an unprecedented expansion of shelter capacity by 272 new spaces, 80 of which were from Barton Tiffany. The project experienced many challenges. The vendor that was single-sourced for the supply of shelter units was found to have no previous experience. The shelter units, when delivered, did not meet expectations, and the project ran significantly over budget. Our office received multiple complaints from members of the public, so we decided to undertake a thorough review to answer the many questions surrounding what happened and to understand what we could about why there were so many challenges and to identify lessons that could be learned. First, I'll go over the timeline of events. Although there was some activity in May, June, July 2024, things began in earnest in August 2024 with the receipt of unsolicited pricing information on shelter solutions, the mayor's directive to undertake research respecting options for the manufacture and installation of temporary structures. In September, budgets for operations, $4.2 million, and for capital, $2.8 million were approved, and single sourcing procurement was also approved to allow vendors for the project to be hired without competition. On October 17th, a purchase order for $2.039 million was issued to Microshelters for supply of the shelter structures, and a 50% deposit was paid 1 week later. In November, the recently received technical drawings containing specifications and measurements for units was sent to the building division, and Public Works assigned a project manager to oversee the project. In December, the second installment for the shelter units was paid, bringing the total advance payments to $2.3 million, and contracting took place of the various other vendors to the project, and a building permit application was submitted. By early January 2025, the core team had learned that there were significant cost overruns. These had accumulated in November and December, according to emails we reviewed. And so with the payments that had been made to Microshelters of $2.3 million and other purchase orders having been issued that were approaching $3 million, it was evident that the project was significantly over the $2.8 million budget. Also in January, the first shelter structures were delivered and the building permit was approved. In February, the first shelter unit was opened for the first resident. In March, the site was fully operational. In April, a report on cost overruns was brought to General Issues Committee. And in May, the certificate of substantial performance was issued, and there was a report back delivered to General Issues Committee on the reasons for cost escalation of the project. So I'll now go over some of the detailed observations and findings from the report. It's not an exhaustive list, just some of the highlights. In general, we found that the research at the outset needed to be more robust in terms of feasible options, costs, and timelines for meeting the objectives of the project. For the vendor search, and that's the search for the supply of structures specifically, there was no evidence of an organized search, no advertising, no call for expressions of interest, and little done to explore and learn how many providers existed, who they were, types of products available, ability to meet requirements for permitting, etc. The list of possible vendors came from unsolicited proposals, with one exception where the city reached out to get information from that company. There were 4 companies that provided price ranges, sizes, and lead times for the shelter structures. The pricing ranged from about $200 per square foot, the lowest, which was micro shelters, to $409 per square foot at the high end. There were no detailed specifications sought or obtained. In completing their research, the housing team doing the work was very much constrained by the timeline to come back in 6 weeks with all the necessary research information. It was not a lot of time, and during this very same period, they were working with existing shelter organizations on the expansion of supply by 192 spaces. So in hindsight, it may have been prudent to have enlisted third-party support in the research of options and in the vendor search and marketplace analysis particularly. On September 25th, Council approved the budget and single sourcing procurement for Barton Tiffany. And after that approval, Microshelters was the only vendor asked for a formal quote, which was received on September 27th. They were the only vendor whose proposed delivery matched the desired double occupancy and time frame requirements. Unbeknownst to the core team, Microshelters was only recently incorporated. They had no proven track record, and this was their first sale. There was no significant due diligence conducted on the company itself, neither its history nor its products and services, no site visits, physical examination of product, tours, references, and no analysis of suitability of its specifications for permitting purposes. In fact, there were no detailed specifications at all. In our opinion, it was their stated ability to supply double occupancy units, which became an overriding priority that drove the team to a preference for microshelters, and no other formal quotes were solicited. The September 27th Microshelters quote was revised on October 1st, and a purchase order was issued to Microshelters for the order of 40 folding double occupancy units on October 17th. With what we now know about the company's lack of experience in this market space, our office decided to carefully review the information that they had presented to the city. In the course of that review, we developed concerns about where Microshelters sourced the information provided to the city, that it did not originate from them. And we also looked into the source of certain technical drawings of the units that Microshelters provided to the city after the orders had been placed. This led to the discovery that the drawings supplied to the city had been altered. Alterations that redacted certain information suggesting the drawings belonged to another company, Foldum Corporation. So this is the copy of the first page of these drawings, and what is visible when first opening the electronic file. You can see that it was described as a microshelter double unit. And what you don't see is the information underneath that has been covered over by an editor adding an overlay in various places on the document. This is what you see when you remove the overlays. You see the name and logo of Foldum Corporation at the top. On the far right-hand side in the middle, you see the name, logo, and address of Foldum. And at the bottom, you see the engineering stamps of a firm in Utah. Now, Foldum Corporation is a company in California that designs and supplies shelter units. We reached out to Foldum Corporation and met with their representatives. They confirmed to us in writing that these drawings are their drawings and are virtually identical to those used on previous projects. They also confirmed that the engineer stamps were from a company Foldum engaged, contracted, paid for, and used on several projects. They also confirmed that archived microshelters website information that we retrieved and sent to them featured images and videos of Fold'em units. This prompted us to have a second meeting with microshelter principals, where we asked them about the redacted drawings and source of their marketing information. They responded that the redactions from the drawings and marketing information were what they received from their manufacturing contact Global Access. After our report was referred from Audit Finance Administration Committee to this special GIC, we were able to locate and interview the independent contractor who made the changes, the redactions to the drawings. They said that they dealt with one of the microshelter owners and a Global Access executive regarding the changes and understood from them they had permission to make the edits. So the shelter units were ordered from microshelters on October 17th with a total order value of $2,039,027. Under the terms agreed to, a 50% deposit or advance was due upon order. That 50%, which amounted to $1,019,513, was paid on October 24th, 1 week after the order. The balance of the order was paid on December the 4th after adjustments for changes in the order. This brought the total payout amount to $2,289,680, approximately $2.3 million. And this was before any structures were delivered. There's no policy in the city that imposes limits or criteria for payment in advance. So we've made a recommendation in that regard that advances be strictly controlled, if not avoided altogether. So the first shelter units were delivered in mid-January 2025, almost 3 months after the order. And there were numerous deficiencies with these structures, including electrical components not meeting standards, inadequate insulation, heating capacity, fire safety requirements, etc. So it was determined that extensive modifications would be required, and also accessibility for the common unit would have to be added. The need for modifications and the place of manufacture being out of country and not from a CSA certified facility meant permitting would require what's called a proposed alternative. This alternative would have to demonstrate how the structures with modifications as necessary would be compliant with the building code. And this alternative solution is something put together by a third-party expert and submitted as part of the application for a building permit. The fact that the product had significant issues which did not meet expectations and came with no warranties meant the city had to bear the burden and expense of modifying the structures, which added significant costs to what was originally about $200 per square foot, rising to what we estimate to be about $348 per square foot, resulting in an approximate cost increase of 74%, or to about $56,000 per unit. Given that this was a project approved for single sourcing under circumstances where time was of the essence, we decided to review the various contracts and contract management mechanisms that were employed with different vendors. We concluded that there were two categories of issue with contract management. Issues where the method of contracting being used with the vendor was not the most suitable, and situations where the contract execution was not appropriate. In the case of microshelters, the type of contract mechanism was not the most suitable. In fact, there was no formal contract or purchase agreement. Rather, the mechanism of contract was established by way of purchase order, which in the city comes with standard terms and conditions. And though these terms are just that, standard, and in this case, they were not sufficient to deal with the specialized type of product, the level of financial commitment, the degree of risk and unique circumstances of this order. For example, redress in situations of unmet deliverables, for example. They were missing key contractual terms and lacked detailed specifications of what was to be delivered and requirements for quality assurance and code compliance. As well, it did not meet the requirements of the single source approval by council that contracting be in a form satisfactory to the city solicitor. For the construction phase, Rankin was hired under a formal agreement to be the general contractor and was responsible for site construction and installation modification of the shelter units. The form of contract was a time and materials contract. This is where there is no fixed price. Everything that is paid is based on hours of labor and cost of materials consumed, plus markups to cover overhead and profit. While this type of contract may have been necessitated by urgency, it carried significant risks, for example, escalating costs. And it's one where there was little experience in the city to draw on. Without close oversight and shrewd and informed negotiation of rates and markups, this type of contract can be more advantageous to the contractor, who doesn't have the same incentives to minimize cost as the owner. In fact, we believe the compensation scheme was favorable to the contractor. Also, there were terms missing from the contract that could have afforded better protection of the city's interest. So the original budget had two components, $2.8 million to establish the site with all the necessary installations and $4.2 million to operate for the first 13 months. Actual operating costs were reasonably in line with budget, so we focused our efforts on the capital budget and the reasons for the overage of $5.1 million. In our analysis, we attribute the overage to three things. An original budget that was most likely significantly understated, the added cost to address deficiencies in the shelter units, and the expensive site construction costs due to the underestimation of complexity of the project and the use of time and materials contracting. The original budget had no traditional workup derived from detailed components and plans for the project. It appears to have relied heavily on benchmarking information that was presented in the September 18th report to GIC. But using that same benchmarking information, we would have derived an estimate of at least $4.8 million. Further, the budget allocated 72% just for the supply of the structures, which left only $800,000, $200,000 for planning and $600,000 for construction, including the oversight and contract administration. We believe that to an experienced construction manager, this would or ought to have been invited scrutiny. How am I doing for time?
You just keep going.
According to our analysis, the cited pricing of microshelters was approximately $200 per square foot. This was the lowest of 4 vendors. As we know, there were significant modifications to the units which raised the cost by 74% to $348 a square foot. The shelters, after modification, cost about $2.73 million, which means they ate up virtually the entire capital budget. Site costs were budgeted at $600,000, with the actual coming in at $4,600,000. A significant factor was the use of time and materials contract. They are inherently challenging in terms of risk to the owner of a cost overrun, so they need to be carefully negotiated and work duties meticulously overseen. Further, the core team had little experience with this type of contracting, and the city's urgency undermined any leverage it might have had to negotiate. The procurement was not open to competition, and the terms ended up being favorable to the contractor. We have an illustration in our report of how markups were applied and worked, and in our opinion, these worked to the advantage of the contractor. The temporary shelter units were not in compliance with building code requirements. Based on the evidence that we gathered, housing staff working on the project were advised that structures that were greater than 10 square meters would require permitting. The chosen structures for Michael shelters were double occupancy, which meant they were greater than 10 square meters. Had they been the traditional style single occupancy, they would have fallen below this threshold. So the implications of requiring permits was significant. The fact that they were sourced from China and not sourced domestically from a CSA certified facility meant the units could not be deemed to comply with the Ontario Building Code, and a third party would have to be hired to demonstrate compliance, including analysis that would likely involve testing. We were advised by the building department's staff they only became aware that the structures exceeded the threshold of 10 square meters in November after the order was placed and a 50% advance had been paid. Building staff were asked to review the drawings for the units. However, the drawings were quickly deemed unacceptable, which also required an alternative solution. In our view, the risk of code non-compliance was something to have considered early on, and had the risk of code non-compliance been identified as a high risk, it may have forestalled a decision about these structures in favor of vendors that would be code compliant, or perhaps alerted decision makers to the implications of choosing double occupancy units. Based on the findings and observations in the report, we concluded that the main reasons the project did not deliver on some of its expectations were, number one, insufficient research, and by this we mean research of feasible options to deliver the project with cost, risk, timeline implications, research of marketplace and product options and suitable vendors, and research of key specifications that would direct efforts and minimize risk. Two, lack of standard processes. By this, we're talking about due diligence that should be performed on vendors for vetting. We're talking standard processes for vetting, criteria and requirements for justifying single source procurement, and policy that restricts large advances. Three, inadequate project planning. This was at its core a construction project that should have incorporated accepted tools and structured methods of project management. Four, a lack of understanding of risk. We believe the project would have been more effectively managed had there been at the start a gathering together of subject matter experts, perhaps in a workshop setting, to identify and document all the risks so that issues could have been foreseen and planned for, possibly providing early warning to council of the feasibility of fast timelines. Five, communications with council could have been initiated in a more timely fashion with respect to these emerging risks and the deviation in costs. 6, lack of accountability, governance, and controllership, including late or ineffective engagement of subject matter expertise, which could have mitigated the adoption, which could have mitigated some of the risks. And with the adoption of a steering committee, we suggest co-chaired by the general managers of Housing and Public Works, and include a membership with a broad range of discipline, could have mitigated most of these risks. At the end of the report, we have articulated our analysis of the underlying factors, what we try to identify as the root causes of these challenges that were experienced by the project. And we broke those down into 2 types, situational and those that were systemic. The situational we've identified as lack of construction and project management knowledge of the core team responsible for the project, that is the housing team. Public works staff, third-party experts, legal and procurement were either not brought on board, or if they were, didn't make the necessary expertise available early enough. For example, although construction expertise existed within the city, it was not consistently engaged by the department head in the early stages of the project, so Public Works did not become meaningfully engaged in the early stages until after key decisions and commitments were made, although urged to do so. Third, urgency and expediency were allowed to dominate decision-making and trumped sound planning and control. The core project team was at the same time responsible for an unprecedented expansion of shelter spaces. And urgency meant that formal procurements and robust legal arrangements would likely need protracted negotiation, which was not in keeping with the desired timelines, and we believe led to the abandonment of important contract management structures. Now for the systemic factors. One we've identified, lack of familiarity with time and materials contracting in the city. The city has no systematic approach to governance and management of major projects or frameworks to identify them. Also, the city doesn't have an endorsed approach for the use of risk assessments or any deployment of enterprise risk management. And there are no standard procedures for vendor research and associated due diligence, so we've made recommendations to address these, you will see. Also, the city lacks requirements for analyzing and justifying single-source procurements, approval requirements that would increase or match with scale and value of the procurement, nor does it have minimum requirements for formal contracting when single sourcing or when dollar values exceed defined thresholds, save the requirement that the city solicitor approve. Finally, project management, contract management, budgetary control, and risk assessment skills, in our view, should be core skills of all managerial staff. These systemic issues we tried to address in our recommendations. Overall, there were 11 recommendations. Management was asked to provide a response, an overall response, and then during the period after referral from AFNA to this GIC, management supplied its responses to those recommendations. Management has accepted and agreed with our recommendations, and we have provided those responses in Appendix C. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Auditor General Brown, for your comprehensive report and revisions provided. I'd suggest, sir, that perhaps you'd like to go and sit up at the bench.
heading over.
To our clerks, be prepared to put the presentation back up on the screen if any councillor wants to refer to specific page numbers. And before I open the floor to questions and answers, I'd like to go to the City Manager, Marnie Clucky, for a few opening comments, please.
Good afternoon, and through you, Chair. I'm City Manager Marnie Clucky. First, want to thank the Auditor General and his team for his thorough and professional work, which is reflected in the report. The Office of the Auditor General plays a crucial role in strengthening transparency and accountability, and we appreciate that work, so thank you. I want to acknowledge the seriousness of the findings presented today. The City accepts the Phase 1 audit findings and overall agrees with the recommendations as outlined. I also want to say clearly and directly, I am sorry for the gaps in oversight and governance identified in this audit. Residents expect strong controls, clear accountability, and disciplined project management and reporting, especially when public dollars are involved. And in this case, those expectations were not fully met. The Barton and Tiffany project was established to respond to an urgent humanitarian and public safety need during a period of intense pressure in our shelter system. And this was the city's first municipally led, purpose-built temporary outdoor shelter. It was delivered under significantly compressed timelines to protect people experiencing unsheltered homelessness as winter approached. And there were strong partnerships with Good Shepherd and others that had emerged from this initiative. To date, as you heard earlier, 23 people have transitioned to permanent housing, and in some cases, the results have been transformational for people's lives. And that context matters, but it does not excuse the governance and oversight gaps identified in the audit. Both realities can be true. Both the urgency and complexity were real, and our systems need to be stronger. As City Manager, I am accountable for ensuring, now and in the future, that the organization has the right systems, the oversight and controls in place to manage complex and time-sensitive projects. I also acknowledge, as we did in April, the Council should have received clearer and earlier information as project risks and costs evolve to support better oversight. The audit isn't about assigning blame to individuals. It is about strengthening governance and escalation frameworks. And where changes are required, they are being addressed, and our focus now is on strengthening governance and controls going forward. Governance and project management frameworks must be strengthened for major and high-risk initiatives. Expertise such as legal, procurement, and construction management must be engaged earlier and more consistently, and cost escalation, risk, and decision-making must be escalated more formally, even under urgent conditions. The audit also recognizes that once appropriate expertise was engaged, staff and partners performed effectively, clearly distinguishing system gaps from individual performance. But this is not simply a lessons learned exercise, it is about action, and I know that's what Council and the public will expect, and we are already taking action, including strengthening governance and accountability structures for complex and high-risk projects, formalizing how major projects are managed, even in urgent situations, and ensuring earlier and required involvement of legal and procurement, mandatory participation of public works for construction and technical expertise, and enhancing contract management, risk identification, and cost controls. I, together with SLT, will oversee this implementation and report back to Council through established processes. This audit and our commitment to act on them are part of that responsibility. We will continue to report back on progress through the management action plans. And in closing, I want to say that the Barton Tiffany Shelter was an emergency response delivered under extraordinary timelines. The audit makes it clear that we must and will do better in how we govern and deliver complex projects going forward. Our focus now is on strengthening our systems so we can act quickly and responsibly when our community needs us most.
Thank you, City Manager Clucky. Before I open the floor to questions, I remind councillors this is not a council meeting. It is a General Issues Committee meeting, which means that there is no required motion for a second-time speaker roster. So if you run out of time asking your questions, then just put it on for a second time. I'll do my very best to time you on your questions and not on the answers, which should give you sufficient time to get your questions on the floor. I'd like to remind all councillors that there is a confidential Appendix B Should the committee wish to discuss that appendix, we'd need to defer the consideration of the report until after the closed session. I've read that report. I'm not sure there's a need to go in camera now. We all understand what that report says. We should be able to craft our questions to avoid that particular report. Okay, with that, I'll open up the floor to questions. The first counselor is Councillor Cameron Kretsch. Please, your microphone is on, sir.
Thank you. When I first read the report, and just to be clear, I've read lots of these reports on the Audit, Finance, Administration Committee. There weren't management answers. I was concerned. I'm glad we have those management answers now and everyone's agreeing. The first section, you outlined something that I think is a governance issue, and I want to ask you a bit more about that, because it's not the kind of governance issue I think you discussed here, but there was a way in which this came forward through a mayoral directive that is different than how these projects would have happened in the past. And so that, of course, creates constraints, limits, and risks as part of this process. Can you explain to me anyways how you evaluated and understood that directive and the role that it played in the subsequent things that occurred after it?
Sorry, I'm just trying to interpret your question, Councillor. Are you saying that there's a different way with this project than other projects? That
What I'm saying is that when the mayoral directive, your report started out talking about the mayoral directive, right? And talking about the complications of that. And so I guess I'm looking for more information from you. I read it and didn't quite understand what you meant. I guess what I thought I heard in the report or read in the report was that the constraints for the project were set out there, right? And that was done in the manner of a mayoral directive. That's not the same as a motion necessarily that comes on Florida Council. It's not the same as other ways that things get done. It is a mechanism that we don't have a lot of experience with in the province. I get that. I'm just asking you to opine on that if you can.
Sure. Yeah, I think it speaks to well, a couple of things I would address. One is the mayor's directive itself and how we interpreted that. Now, I didn't observe the interactions in presenting that. I simply read what it said at its face value, and that is to come back with options. And to me, that means an analysis of risks, of the different options that make things either feasible or infeasible, that increase cost. And that's simply information as part of good governance. That's simply information that you need as decision makers to make a cogent decision about whether and how to proceed. For example, don't overlook the decision about how you procure the key vendors. Maybe there's a reason not to go single source, but maybe there's a reason not to, that competitive procurement should have been considered, or at least the pros and cons of that. What about a turnkey solution? You know, these are the types of things that we were looking for in response to the directive, and what they came back was we're going to go with 80 shelter units, and we want a budget of $2.8 million with single sourcing. So where is all the discussion of risk, of feasibility, of the impact on timelines? Where's the discussion of the feasibility of doing this and the requirements for permitting? So I think that's overall a governance issue that is common with some of the other projects that we have audited in the past. That issue has emerged. I don't know if you remember the Greitmeyer Arena. We made the same observation with that one, that had a cogent risk analysis been done at the outset with subject matter experts, a lot of the pain could have and challenges could have been avoided. So hopefully that fits with the understanding. So we're coming at it with the point of view of council as decision makers being presented with fulsome information on what the options are, what the pros and cons and risks and costs are.
Councillor, you have 4 minutes and 34 seconds. I didn't count your clarification, so 4:30. Go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, in terms of the timing of things, you've talked a lot about processes, best practices, how we understand what should happen. And I think what you're saying to a certain extent is, yes, even though the timing was constrained, right? So I think that's something that I'm wanting to hear a little more from you about, because I think we all acknowledge that the timeline was set, right? That timeline was set as part of the directive, and you came forward and said that even though that timing was there, right, these things are the things that should have been the outcome. I just want more about that, I guess. You could speak to that.
Through you, Chair, I think what I'm hearing, and I have heard this comment made that, you know, well, the urgency demanded shortcuts. And I don't believe, I'm not convinced that urgency should trump due diligence and good governance. In fact, I would argue that urgency makes an even more compelling case to have good governance and due diligence, because you want this project to run smoothly without a hitch. It has to meet the timelines. And in order to do that, you have to have good planning, good risk assessment associated with it, so that you can avoid all those potential adverse circumstances you might encounter. So an example would be getting the third-party experts at the front end so that you know what you're looking at and what you're facing, so that you can save money at the back end.
Councillor?
Thanks very much. As someone who voted for this, when it came to council, I understand what you're saying, and that was kind of my thinking as well, that you're going to have to apply a pretty sharp perspective in order to get this to happen in the timeline that was required.
Right.
And so thanks for clarifying that, because I don't think it came through in the same way that I read it. When looking, you brought up the Greitmeyer Arena, so I'm glad you did that. When looking at situations where there's a similar thing that has happened, we can look back farther than the Greitmeyer Arena, but if you look at something similar that's happened and you begin to see a pattern, is that something you're looking at as an auditor? Are you seeing, well, this thing happened here, we tried to put these controls in, management agreed with the controls, right? And then we find ourselves here in the future in a situation that's very similar, management's agreed with the controls. How do you interpret that as an auditor in terms of, you know, at a systemic level like you were talking about?
Thank you. Auditor General.
Through the chair. So I think it's the last 2 or 3 fraud and waste reports, annual fraud and waste reports, at least, where we have commented on the importance of contract management, where we see we see that as a challenge, good due diligence on contract management. Another one is risk assessment, the importance of doing a good assessment of your risk at the outset of a project. These are all part and parcel of professional project management and getting the right expertise on board. So we have made those comments in the past, and we continue to raise those in certain audits that we have done and pointed out in our annual fraud. I think it was in the last one, I can't remember, but as well.
Councillor?
Indeed, and you spoke to something, I'm using your language here, you spoke to core competencies and about where you think there may be some need for, I guess, an evaluation of the competencies to try and train them. Can you speak more about what you mean by how we remedy that situation? I mean, I read some of the information in the report, but what you're essentially saying is at a certain level of management, there are certain core competencies that are important for this kind of a project, and how you think we can achieve those, essentially. Like, what is your, again, I read what the report said, but I wish you could speak a little more to that, especially in light of what you said during the presentation.
Thank you.
Yes, through the chair, so we're talking about professional competency as a subject matter expert. But when I talk core competency, I mean the core competencies of all managerial staff. Enough competency to know that this is a sophisticated project and needs sophisticated project management, and what that is and means. For example, it typically means a steering committee. It means having subject matter experts. It means understanding risk assessment, the importance of identifying at the outset of a project all the risks. It means the importance of understanding project structure and costing and timelines and all of that. So that's what we're talking about when we make the recommendation that all staff should, as managers, should understand those things to a degree. It's not to say that we're going to try to make everybody experts, but an understanding sufficient to know what they don't know and should get advice on.
Councillor, 2:30.
Thanks. And probably my last question for you, unless you say something interesting that I want to follow up on. But my question is specifically about what you do from here. I think what I'm hearing, and again, as someone who has been on AFNA since the start of this council, I've been listening very carefully to what you've been saying, reading your reports very carefully, and hearing a pattern, seeing a pattern there. And you've been raising a call about things like contract management. You've been raising other kinds of issues that are related to this project. Where does your authority go? What can you do? You're an Auditor General, and you took that role on in a different way this term of council than perhaps you had in other terms of council. You were the city auditor before, and now you're Auditor General. And that means something to me, a change that feels like an independence. Where do you go from here? And at what point do you say, okay, I've said this thing 4 or 5 times now, the 6th time something else happens? Can you walk me through what that looks like and what your authority is in this context?
Thank you,
Through the
Councillor.
chair. So what it looks like for me is basically 3 things. One is the core competencies. Everyone has an understanding of and core competency in understanding risk assessment, project management, contract management. That's number one. Number 2, having the standard processes and policies in place that would govern some of the decisions, some of those standard processes that weren't in place here, and policies that we don't have. Policies around and processes around due diligence, for example, in a sole sourcing or single sourcing situation. Due diligence around new vendors, that's those kind of processes, payment of advances, all those things. So that's the process side, the core competency, number 1. Number 2, the processes. And number 3 is, I think it's our first recommendation where we make a recommendation for how the city should govern, quote unquote, major initiatives or major projects, and put all those projects on a list and have criteria for not only identifying them, but tracking them and reporting progress and risks and keeping council informed of any emerging risks.
Thanks, and I need to follow up because I think my question was a bit different. I appreciate that answer, it was very clarifying. My question is, if this happens the 7th, the 8th, the 9th, the 10th, 11th time, at what point do you make a different kind of recommendation, and can you? Because you can keep making iterative recommendations on as many audits as you want, and if the problem doesn't really resolve itself, we're left here to do what with that? That's kind of my question. Do you have another kind of authority? Is there someone else you can report to? Do you reach a limit where you say this is not just an egregious situational problem, but an egregious systemic problem that you want to escalate? That's what I'm trying to understand here, right? Because we're listening to you, and I think you're saying, hey, there's a situational thing here, and we think that these things can be addressed. There's some systemic issues here, and we think they can be addressed, and management's agreed they can address them. Heard you loud and clear. At what point do you think that's not the case, and do you have a point that you can reach? Is there a process for you to go through or not?
Well, I think that's the process that we're talking about in the major projects reviews and how to manage them, that it would go through a screening such as you would suggest that would require certain elements to be embedded in the process. Some of the things that we're talking about, I haven't mentioned before in any other report, so hopefully those will get a policy and procedure in place to make it work better and more effective.
Yeah, my question is more about, through the chair, really about, you said hopefully there, and I appreciate that. You said hopefully those things will be addressed. What if they're not? I'm asking you if you have any more authority than what you're already doing. That's, I guess, what I'm talking about your specific authority as the Auditor General.
Oh, I see, okay.
That's what I'm asking you. Sorry, I haven't been clear enough, I guess, about that. I apologize.
Thank you. Auditor General.
It's my job to point these things out. I'm not accountable to make them happen. I make recommendations, management responds to those recommendations. Is up to management to be accountable for implementing the recommendations that we've made or saying why they're not going to.
Thank you. I appreciate the clarification and answers to my questions.
Thank you, Councillor. The next speaker is Councillor Michael Spadafora. Councillor, your microphone is on, sir.
Thank you, Chair Clark. Just want some clarification from you. Questions only of the AG, and are we going to have an opportunity to ask questions of staff after?
I think it's appropriate that you have the latitude to ask questions where you see fit. The Auditor General made his presentation. The presentation touches on a lot of things for management, so if you want to ask questions of staff, then so be it.
Just wanted to make sure. Thank you, Chair.
I'm starting your time over. Thank you.
AG Brown, quick question, and if this is out of order, Chair, let me know. I'm just trying to get a better understanding. Do you report to anyone at the city, Auditor General Brown, or do you report to no one? Who's your superior?
Auditor General.
So I report to council through the Audit Finance Administration Committee.
Thank you. During your investigation, did you find, I know you talked about quotations and 4 quotes, and at any point in your investigation, did you find any local companies that either we went to or they came to us to provide information, or was there any local engagement through you, Chair?
Auditor General.
I don't, through you, Chair, I don't think there was a local. We did find local suppliers when we did our own search, but I don't know that the ones that, one of the 4, there were 4.
Yep.
And whether they were quote unquote local, well, I mean, is Micro Shelters considered local? Is that close enough?
I would say
to
not.
be?
Thank you. Councillor.
Next question, Chair. In your opinion, Auditor General, do you find, like, I've heard a couple things. I've heard a mayoral directive and I've heard council approval. And when I think of mayor directives and council approvals, they're very different things. If the mayor gives directive, the mayor does not need council approval. It's a mayoral directive. That's how I understand it. I believe when this vote came to committee in September, I voted opposed, so we did have a vote. Councillor next to me said the same thing, that he voted in favor. So we did have a vote. So I'm just trying to get clarification from you and how you see it. Was this a mayoral directive or was it a council-approved project? Through you, Chair.
Thank you. Auditor General.
Through the chair, so it appears to me that a mayoral directive was issued. They were to come back with a report back, and in the report back, there was an ask. Can we proceed with $2.8 million to install these things? And so I guess it's a bit of a hybrid, my way of thinking, right? There was addressing the report back, that was one part of it, but then associated with that, there was an ask for your approval for the $2.8 million to build the site and install the shelter units.
Okay, thank you. Any findings in your investigation as to who gave the project lead to housing? Why would we give a construction project to the housing department? Did you find anything of that in your investigation through you, Chair?
Thank you. Auditor General.
No, I didn't get into how that happened. Obviously, it did happen. And early on, we have multiple interviews where the issue came up of, well, what about Public Works? This was essentially, to me, this was essentially a construction management project. And we did have interviews with certain staff, and I think some of them were frustrated because it's not an area that they're more steeped in the knowledge of social services and whatnot.
Operational, I agree. Question for staff. I don't know which staff will want to answer it. So kind of a hybrid, possible council approval on the money. Maybe GM Zagarek can answer this. What is the threshold for delegated authority of a staff member? Through you, Chair.
Of a staff member or general manager?
General manager, city manager, SLT.
Thank you. GM Zagarek.
Through the chair, Mike Zagarek, General Manager of Finance Corporate Services. Under delegated authorities for directors, the threshold's $100,000, and for the city manager up to $250,000. With respect to funding sources, the authority varies. With respect to reserves, for instance, it is a council authority. Staff do not have the authority to expend reserves. So again, with respect to thresholds, dollar thresholds, those are prescribed in our procurement policy. And then with respect to funding sources, some of those are prescribed under financial policies.
Thank you. Councillor.
Through you, Chair, I don't know who wants to take the next question. So if the threshold is 250, if reserves being used need council approval, and this is a council, I don't know, because it's a hybrid, this is new territory for me, being that this is a hybrid. Why didn't anybody come back to council to ask for approval to go over their $250,000 delegated authority? Because I think the overage is close to $5 million, which means they would have to come back here. And I understand that they could have came back here once asking for the whole $5 million, or they could have came back here multiple times as needed. I'm just trying to understand why, like, did staff feel they didn't need to come because it was a mayoral directive? Like, I don't understand why they wouldn't come for approval through council.
Thank you. City manager first, and they can delegate accordingly.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So staff does believe they need to come to council for approval. As indicated earlier, we acknowledge that we should have come earlier. Staff did return once information was known, but by that point it was too late because the project had already progressed to a certain stage.
Thank you. Councillor, 1 minute 30.
Okay, so just so I got this clear, the 250,000, should have come here because the way the council approved hybrid directive made sure that had to happen. I just want to clarify, the mayoral directive that's part of this combination hybrid did not give staff authority not to come back here.
That's my understanding.
Just want to confirm that.
James Zagarek.
Yeah. Through the chair, I believe the Auditor General's observation and staff would agree. There's an opportunity to improve our financial policies around single source. The process in terms of staff reporting back to council to seek additional funding would be through the approval of a single source. That September report included the recommendation and approval of single sourcing, and so we see the opportunity to improve our single sourcing policy and improve around controls and measures with respect to that policy.
I think this is my last one, Chair.
Go ahead, Councillor.
So this project was led by the housing division that focuses on, social work, making sure we can help the most vulnerable, not construction. They were in the middle of a massive expansion of shelters. I still don't understand can someone here tell me who gave them direction to take on a construction project? Like, I'm trying to understand when we're sitting here and we've made a mistake not to come to get approval over your $250,000 threshold. Okay. We have a construction project, which I think it's pretty clear this is what this was. We have a major shelter expansion and we tapped the housing division to run it. So I'm trying to understand why we would go there and why we didn't hire somebody or lead it with PW, lead it with planning. Like, I just don't understand housing, who has no idea about planning or any of those other things, would be the lead on a project like this. And that's my last question.
Thank you, and that's your time, Councillor.
Thank you.
You can go on for a second time if you wish. City Manager Clucky, please.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So to be clear, this was a cross-departmental initiative. From a program perspective, it was assigned to housing. And when I say program, it's because this project was not simply the 80-person shelter at Barton Tiffany. It was the expansion of the whole system by 80%, which included 272 units and included primarily working through partnerships and such, because that was the vast majority of this initiative. We're focused today on the temporary shelter at Barton Tiffany. That was actually assigned to be led through Public Works. Now, the issue, as the Auditor General has identified, is that despite that governance structure, there isn't a solid governance and oversight process in place at the city. And so those folks weren't brought on in a timely manner and in an appropriate structure to have the appropriate oversight. So that's what we're working on strengthening now and making sure that governance and structure and oversight is properly in place.
Thank you. Councillor, you can add yourself for a second time, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker up is Councillor Tammy Wang, please.
Thank you, Chair. I have a couple of clarifying questions, just as I'm trying to read the report and follow along with the presentation. On slide 13 of the presentation, it said, at the very bottom, further, it did not meet the requirement to be a form satisfactory to the city solicitor. Can you help me understand that particular line? Because we add that particular clause onto every single motion. So it strikes me that when the reason why we add that clause on all of our motions is because there's a stopgap analysis, or stopgap point there, that if the city solicitor does not see this being satisfactory, there should be a pause or stop on that particular action or motion. So is that what that really means? Can you help me understand that?
Thank you, Councillor. Auditor General.
Through the chair, what we're saying is that the requirement, the approval for single sourcing was conditional on a contract being approved by the city solicitor.
Right.
That's how I understand it.
So,
And it wasn't.
okay, so, but in order for the contract to be executed, the city solicitor would have had to sign off on it, which meant that they would have said it was fine, but all of this is coming after the fact because it was, the bill of goods we were sold is not what we were provided in the actual, help me understand the timing on this, because I don't really.
So through the chair, so number one, there was no contract.
Oh.
And there was no consultation with the city solicitor, obviously, because there was no contract. I think there was a later attempt to come up with a contract, but that was after most of the deliverables had been delivered. And so it was not successful. Yeah, that occurred. It wasn't until January that they realized they couldn't come up with a contract after the fact. So.
Councillor, back to you. 348.
So since there was no formal contract with micro shelters, given that that was the product that we were originally talking about, was there also a contract signed with Rankin because of the time and materials contract? Like, how did that work?
So through the chair, there was no contract purchase agreement type contract. There was a legal mechanism, and that was the issuance of a purchase order, which has standard terms and conditions attached to it. But it was not a formal contract. That's micro shelters. With Rankin, there was a formal contract, and it was of the type a time and materials contract.
And
Councillor.
And that did have legal involvement.
Okay.
Councillor.
Thank you. So with that legal involvement, was the city solicitor also satisfied with the work that was provided by Rankin at the time? Because again, there were significant overages on the Rankin work. So how does that, is there a mechanism, feedback mechanism on that particular aspect of this?
Auditor General, can you speak to that?
Through the chair. So if you look at our confidential Appendix B, there's quite a lengthy discussion by our outside legal experts who reviewed the particulars of the contract and how they could have been made better in the case of Rankin. Well, in case of all of the contracting mechanisms that were used in this case, but in particular, it focuses on Rankin and how to improve that type of contracting.
Okay, thank you, Auditor General. I'm going to switch tactics spots here, Chair.
Sure, 3 minutes.
I'd like to speak to the management responses that would have been in Appendix D. Number 2, it talks about how are we going to actually implement project governance and project control processes. And it speaks a little bit about professional development. So is our intention that we're going to start ensuring that we're going to have project manager designations in order to ensure that we have the proper oversight? Like, help me understand this particular management response, please.
So Appendix D, folks, is the new portion, the supplementary information, just so that everyone's on the same page. Auditor General.
So through the chair, you're asking me about the management response? I would defer that to the management.
Okay, thank you. I guess I'll start with the city manager, and you can refer it to any of the staff, city manager. Not sure who wants to handle it. That's why I'm doing it that way.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'll start, and sorry, it just took me a moment to recognize which recommendation 2 was. So there's a couple things that are required when we're looking at governance for major projects. Part of it is to have governance structures pre-established, and part of it is having the appropriate project charters in place that detail that have roles and responsibilities. Another piece which ties into other areas of the report is making sure that the appropriate people are assigned to do so. So for example, on construction projects, making sure that there's active participation and engagement of public works who have that expertise, or making sure that legal has involvement from the onset so they can offer that expertise. All of that falls into making sure that we have the right governance and structure in place and that framework. To the councillor's comment earlier through you, Chair, certainly there's an aspect where there's training that's required and making sure that we're building the core competencies that would tie in with that as well. And I'll look to my colleagues to see if they want to add to that, which they do not.
Anyone across the bench? Looks like you handled it well. Auditor General?
So through you, Chair, I just want to say that the recommendation, simply put, is that we think for all major projects in the city, there should be a steering committee. That should be a discipline that's inculcated into the culture of managing projects in the city.
Okay.
I couldn't put it simpler than that.
Thank you. Councillor, you have 2 minutes, 28 seconds.
Thank you. My last question through you, Chair, is on, again, the management responses, but this one is on recommendation 11. And the recommendation in 11, to put simply, is about contract management and procurement. So how would this particular management response work? Because we're in the midst of a significant procurement rejig thing. There is significant challenges with procurement. It is a small but mighty team, but there are still challenges there. So how are we going to make this work in either the existing procurement framework, or does this require a brand new rethink of how we do procurement for these types of projects? Through you, Chair.
Hey, folks, I was just trying to verify something. Auditor General, you want to start?
Through the chair, so I'll start by saying that what this really is saying is that for certain types of things, we should have standardized contracts to make it simpler and more efficient and effective to deal with the various types of contracts. As opposed to the situation where you have to, especially when you have a situation like Barton Tiffany where there's very little time. Urgency is all important, but if there had been some of these contractors you could pull off the shelf and maybe just adjust, it could have lessened that risk of a protracted negotiation.
Supplemental, Councillor, you have 1 minute, 15 seconds.
I absolutely have a supplemental. Thank you so much. I think that my question now is the challenge with standardized processes is that you're trying to fit a one-size-fits-all kind of framework, but all of these major projects all have their inherent differences and a lot of challenges. So my concern with a one-size-fits-all or some sort of standardized process is that it could increase our risk as well. But we have already a lot of standardized processes. We have a lot of these timeframes, timelines. We have a lot, like this is the reason why procurement is also sometimes very cumbersome, bulky, and this is why we wanted to go to a sole source, because it's a lot. So I'm having a bit of a cognitive dissonance on this one because I'm not really sure if this really makes sense in this way. So my question is standardizing it the right course of action given what we have in terms of our existing procurement policies and frameworks?
And that's your time. Perfect.
Thank you.
Auditor General.
So through you, Chair, what I'll say is that it's not standardization that is intended to gerrymander everything into one type of, contract. Might I suggest that this is dealt with this particular recommendation more extensively in the confidential legal advice that we got in Appendix B. So if you do go into camera, that you pose that question, and our legal advisors can give you a sense of what it means, you know, the playbook and the suite of contracts and that sort of thing.
You want to make a note of that when we go in camera? Thank you very much. You can always put yourself down for a second time as well. Councillor Mark Taddison, you're the next speaker, and your mic should be on now.
Thank you. I have a question for the Auditor General. I do appreciate the report, and I wrote this down from your presentation today, and I'm asking because I'm following up on a point that Councillor Wang was just asking, and I'm trying to determine my responsibility as a councillor here. So what I thought I heard you say was, and I think it's going to be confirmed, contracting in the form satisfactory to the city solicitor as required by council was not done. Is that an accurate statement?
Auditor General.
Through the chair, correct.
And is that a general statement? Does it apply to procurement or the work of implementation when you made that statement?
Auditor General.
Through the chair, no, it applies specifically to the contracting mechanism that was employed with respect to micro shelters.
Okay, thank you for going there then. At some point, were councilors informed during the process that this condition was not met? Did that happen when we kind of okayed things along the way?
Through the chair, I'm not aware that councilors have been informed other than through this audit report.
Councillor.
Okay, thank you then. So for me, I hate to say this, but that's the smoking gun. Does the Auditor General have the ability to drill down and identify and point out exactly where that particular breakdown occurred in the process?
Thank you, Auditor General.
Or is it just hazy everywhere?
Through the chair, well, like many things in this project, some things, it was in such a rush, I think some things were an afterthought. And as I indicated earlier, I believe they made an attempt in January 2025 to formalize a contract with micro shelters, but to no avail because it just wasn't feasible given that the units had been delivered.
Councillor.
Okay, I'm just going to follow up a couple more questions. But we said we didn't have a contract, correct?
Auditor General.
Through the chair, there was no formal contract that was endorsed by the city solicitor.
Okay.
There was a purchase order which has contractual terms and conditions attached, standard terms that come with every purchase order. They're the same standard in terms and conditions that come with all purchase orders, but nothing more. Certainly nothing that would address a financial commitment like this of $2.3 million.
Councillor.
Okay, thank you, General Auditor Brown. I have no more questions.
Thank you, Councillor. If you do, you can always add them for a second time. The next speaker is Councillor Tom Jackson. Your mic is on, sir.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Clark. Auditor General Brown, my community overwhelmingly is thanking you for this report. Your title of your report, Housing Audits, Barton Tiffany Temporary Shelters Investigation. They're applauding you for that investigation and lessons learned. My community is getting a little tired hearing that phrase of lessons learned, especially when their taxpayer money is at stake. And by the way, Councillor Spadafora asked some excellent salient questions, and he's absolutely right. There was a recorded vote, and I was one of 3 or 4 members of council in the fall of 2024, Deputy Mayor Clark, that voted against this because I felt rushed. The premonition inside me, whenever I'm rushed in life or in politics, usually leads to a bad decision. And so I thought the majority, I know where they want to go with this, to get the cabins built, didn't matter, and I thought, I'm just going to vote against this. So that was on record. So let me ask a couple of questions, please, here. Micro Shelters, Inc., you actually spoke to representatives or a representative, Auditor General Brown, please.
Thank you, Auditor General.
Through the chair, so we examined under oath the 2 owners of micro shelters 2 times each.
Okay. Can I ask off your page 5 here, 4 pricing expressions of interest received, 3 unsolicited, ranging from 200 to 409. Micro shelters was the lowest at 200. So I'm a little confused. Was micro shelters one of the 3 unsolicited, or they were that 4th one? Can you clarify, please, for me, Auditor General?
Auditor General.
Through the chair, so micro shelters was an unsolicited.
So they were one of the 3 you've noted?
Unsolicited. So what we mean by that is that they approached the city. So out of the 4 vendors that who believed that they had the structures, the product that would fulfill our needs, 3 of them approached the city unsolicited. And one of them was one that the housing team reached out to in order to get an idea, I think, of, in their initial research, of the kind of prices that they were looking at. I believe that to be the case.
Thank you, Auditor General. On your page 6, unbeknownst to our team, MS was only recently incorporated, no proven track record. This was their first sale. In your discussions with the 2 representatives, was there any indication from them that, Auditor General, this is our first time, and we hope we get it right, and we've never been in the business before, and you know what, we're honored to try to serve the city of Hamilton, but we're just not sure. We on a wing and a prayer. I know I'm just kind of paraphrasing everything, but I'm trying to get the essence of how they felt compelled, in your estimation, based on your report, that they could follow through on this within the $2.8 million budget to boot. Through you, Deputy Mayor Clark.
Thank you, Auditor General.
Through the chair, so we interviewed them extensively about, obviously, their background and how they came to this, and this was their first sale, and I believe they were confident on the basis that they had a partner who would supply these units, namely Global Access.
I see. Can I ask you, to your knowledge, we've heard Foldham is suing micro shelters. We aren't any collateral damage on that. What I'm asking you is, to your knowledge, we're not part or parcel of any lawsuit by Foldham. Through you, Deputy Mayor Clark.
Auditor General.
I don't have any knowledge that we're part of any lawsuit. I don't know if you want to go into camera for that, a continuation of that
Okay, thanks,
answer,
Auditor
or take
General.
it as it is.
Nope, that's fine, thank you. I'll leave it to you, Deputy Mayor Clark, whether or not we are ultimately going in camera or not. Those are my questions at this time, and I will go back on for the fulsome of my comments.
Thank you very much,
Thank
Councillor. Okay. Mayor Horvath, you're next up, please.
Much, Deputy Mayor Clark. I just have a couple of questions around timelines particularly, because that issue continues to come up. And I guess I'd ask the Auditor General if he recalls the mayoral directive when it references or refers to timelines.
Auditor General, please.
So the timeline of the mayor directive, that was August 6th, 2024?
No, was there a timeline
And within, I'm sorry.
sorry.
Yeah, thank you. That's exactly what I was going for, Deputy Mayor. Was there any reference within the directive about timelines? And if so, is that something you considered?
Through the chair, I believe there was a report back date 6 weeks later, so it was issued on August 6th.
Okay.
And recommended they come back to GIC 6 weeks later.
Thank you. Mayor?
Okay, appreciate that. The other timeline, just for information, is also under section 2, or item 2 in the mayoral directive, which is the very first point, speaking to the various models of temporary shelter structures to be had, for us to receive research on that. Not limited to the following information, a number of points. The very first point is time required to purchase and install shelter structures. So my next question then would be, again, just in terms of the report back, which came in September. Can the Auditor General explain once again what happens when a committee the committee receives information, a report, makes a recommendation at the committee, and then the committee moves that over in the minutes to a council meeting Can you just explain, if you can, your understanding of that process?
Auditor General.
Through the chair, so the September 18th report back did somewhat address the directive, but in our view, not comprehensively. It was more or less an ask for a budget and for approval to single source procurement so that they could get moving. There were no options or discussions of feasibility of different suggested timelines. I've heard through the course of the audit many times about certain aspirational objectives like before the heavy winter, before the snow flies and all this sort of thing, but there was never any hard date, nor was any date discussed or presented in any formal documents that you could actually plan around or strategize around or weigh in on the risks of the pros and cons around. So that's what I'm getting at. That information is a very, very succinct, small part of an overall report. Most of that September 18th report dealt with the 192 spaces and all the agreements that had been signed by different providers for spaces and how they had been negotiated, which is why I alluded to the fact, what struck me was that, yes, that was a very, I would expect, just reviewing that report, it looks to me like that was a very comprehensive amount of work that they had to do, and all at the same time as address your directive with feasible options for how to proceed. And I think that was quite challenging.
Thank you.
So
Mayor,
can I
you have
just-
3:30.
Sure, I appreciate that. So can I just confirm then, because I'm just trying to understand, I think there's some lack of clarity around this. At any time, did I tell the staff what to do in terms of when to bring back, when to identify that the shelters had to be put in place? When I look at the directive, that's not in there. So is that an assumption that's being made, or is that, I guess I'm just trying to get some clarity around what came back to the committee based on the directive that I put forward, and then the subsequent ratification by council at this subsequent council meeting. I'm a little bit concerned around the, the understanding of whether or not the directive clearly said, this is the timeline by which you have to build the shelters.
Through the chair, so there was no specified timeline for delivery of these structures. There was only a timeline for the report back.
Exactly. Thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Well within your timeline, much appreciated. Okay, my little system here has kind of glitched out on me, so it shows Michael Spatafor is up next, but you're a second time, so I'm going down to Councillor Matt Francis next. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And a couple questions from me, and picking up where Councillor Spatafor left off in his line of questioning. At no point did Council receive an update on the cost overruns. And based on the Auditor General's review, was there a clearly assigned person accountable for authorizing these expenditures before the contracts were executed? Through you, Chair.
Thank you. Auditor General.
Through the chair, so I don't take any issue with there being approval for 2.8 million spend. That was budgeted, and the ask was there, and it was approved. What I think is more problematic is when you start going significantly over 2.8 million. What is the appropriate process and procedure for that? I'll give you a simple example. If council approves a $2 million spend on a project, and the first thing you do is issue purchase orders for $4 million, to me, that's a problem.
Councillor.
That is a problem. So with that, back to my original question, and it is relating to the cost overruns, not the original cost, but is there a single person assigned to that authority that made that decision? Through you, Chair.
Auditor General.
Through the chair, I don't think when council approves it, they assign that authority to a specific person. Maybe that's something you want to address in revitalizing the process. My suggestion for this is, I think the more important issue is the contemplation, and it doesn't just apply to the council. I think it applies to senior management, the city manager. At what point do you want to be informed that this is over? At what threshold? 10%, 15%, 20? I think that's something to legitimately contemplate and give direction on.
Thank you. Councillor?
Thank you. Residents they're looking for accountability and to hold somebody accountable for making this decision. I'm sorry if I'm not being clear, but is there somebody who is accountable for making this decision, or is all of staff collectively accountable that had a role in this? Through you, Chair.
Thank you. Auditor General?
So I don't know how much clearer I can be other than to say that this was a housing services-led project from our point of view. It was their report back. It was them. They were the ones seeking approval. So if you give your approval, you're giving it to those who sought it. Is that not logical?
That's a little clearer.
The other thing, though, the important thing to remember, and something that we would make, and we have made a recommendation for, is for major expenditures like this. I think one of the things, for example, that could have been brought forward in the so-called research of options in response to the mayor's directive was some recommendation to you of a project structure, including a steering committee and having responsible GMs. And that's what we're getting at with the first two of our recommendations. Okay. So that then you would have someone who you knew was responsible and accountable for the delivery of those projects that was documented and formalized.
Councillor, you have 355.
Thank you. That is getting me in the right direction, and it is a little bit clearer. The other question that I've got, Chair, and I've heard from numerous residents asking whether this rises to the level of criminal investigation. That's not for the Auditor General to decide, but given the seriousness of these findings, has this been referred to any external authority? And if not, why? And what would trigger that process?
Auditor General?
Through you, Chair, I don't see any evidence of criminal wrongdoing myself. We didn't uncover any specifically criminal wrongdoing.
Thank you. Councillor?
Understood. So I've got comments, so I should get back on the speakers to make those at the end.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're keeping a list for the second time speakers. I appreciate that, sir. Okay, we're moving down the list now, so it would be Councillor Robert Cooper, please.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the Auditor General. So we had approval for a $2.8 million spend. We spent $7.9 million. Who approved the $5.1 million? The delta on that?
Thank you. Auditor?
Through the Chair. So specifically the individuals, or it was the program team? I think that went up to the GM of HSC.
Thank you. Councillor?
I'll refer that over to Grace Mader. Maybe
Thank
she
you.
can
General
answer that.
Manager Mader, please. Same question.
Through the Chair, Grace Mader, General Manager, Healthy and Safe Communities. Back to Councillor Cooper, yes, ultimately that I was the designated sign off on that. It was done collectively. The direction was to city staff that included my colleagues in Public Works and Planning and Economic Development and Finance.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Cooper?
Through you, Chair, and I'll let you direct this where it belongs. Does the General Manager have an approval level to sign off on a $5.1 million expenditure without approval?
Thank you. General Manager Mader or City Manager Clucky?
Through the chair, as we indicated when we reported back last spring, we talked about how the costs were coming in all at the same time when we were under the extreme timelines of trying to get this project in operation. While we admit that we were wrong in not reporting back, and that is one of the huge lessons learned, and we understand that that is maybe an overused phrase when it comes to this project, and for that we apologize. I think that we did our best at the time with trying to make sure that we were adhering to the rules and regulations, and for that we did fail.
Councillor Cooper.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, to the Auditor General. So, you know, as you've gone around audited the organization, you know, we have people just spending $5.1 million here. I don't know how, you said there was systematic problems. Is this one of the systematic problems? Are we going to discover this level of overages on a bunch of other projects and on a bunch of other initiatives that haven't come across council's table? I mean, how do we have any sense that this isn't the wild, wild west of people just spending money and not having any controls?
Auditor General, if you'd like to try that, or over to the city manager.
Well, through you, Chair, I think it's a darn good question, particularly in this environment where, as uncertain as we are of our financial numbers, it's a critical time, and we need to pay extra careful attention in all of our projects to the overages. It's something we have seen before, not to this extent, I grant you. I haven't seen something go over this much, which raises the whole specter of, you know, what authorization you actually have. Typically, we see overages that, perhaps there's a 10 or 20% contingency, and it goes above that even more by another 10 or 20%. That's not uncommon in some things. But it's all within the rubric of, let's say, an overall budget, an overall capital budget of, let's say, for construction, not necessarily coming down to individual projects. On the previous question, I just want to remind the councillors of what it actually said in terms of this question of authority. When you approved the budget, you said that the general manager, Healthy and Safe Communities, be authorized to single source contracts with the temporary outdoor shelter operator, provider of structures, support services, and any site work to prepare the site for use. So as I read it, you gave authorization to that general manager to conduct, but I think that doesn't necessarily mean the authorization to go over significantly over the budget. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that's what the wording was when you approved the original budget.
Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. So, you know, internal audit's all about internal controls. Sounds like, you know, in terms of the policies we do have in place, we went outside of those. You know, another place I would look for comfort is an external audit, but we haven't had any of those since, correct me if I'm wrong, Chair, 2022. And so I don't know how the community and how the council can get comfort on this when we don't have audits, we don't have controls in place, we don't have systems in place.
Councillor.
Auditor General, can you give us some sort of comfort that this is not, and the community comfort in terms of where we are with our finances and our controls?
Auditor General.
So through you, Chair, I think I keep going back to recommendation 1, and I'm thankful I put it in there actually now, because it speaks to, I think, in part what you're saying. What we're saying in recommendation 1 is we don't have a system for tracking major, quote unquote, in quotation marks, projects in the city, and we should have. It's something I'm familiar with. I didn't dream up the idea. I got the idea. I saw this happen in Ontario, in the province of Ontario. They had the same issues, and one of the ways they dealt with it was to track, quote unquote, major projects. They came up with a definition. They designated what was major, and that there would be regular tracking of that to management board. In our case, the same thing would happen, but there would be regular tracking to council of such quote unquote major projects, their status in terms of risk, you know, the whole green, yellow, red Is it on track, schedule? What about cost? All of that. That's essentially what we're saying in recommendation 1, which has been accepted by management.
Councillor?
Through you, Chair, to the Auditor General. So, when I come in to rescue projects and initiatives as a project management professional, I ask 3 questions. Do you have a governance structure? Do you have roles, responsibilities, and do you have a scope? If I get no to any of those questions, I know the projects are completely off track. I know they're over, they're not being delivered, and so I'm going to ask you this question. Systematically, through our organization, are we missing governance, roles, responsibilities, and scope on our projects?
Thank you. Auditor General?
So I'll respond to what I think your question was. I think there are pockets of excellence in project management, but I think there needs to be a broader and more aggressive effort to make governance and project management more inculcated into the culture of how we run major initiatives in the city.
Through you, Chair, to the Auditor General. So do we have governance, roles, responsibility, and scope embedded in our projects right now? I know you mentioned about excellence, and I can talk about other pieces, but those 3 pieces, do you see that showing up in other projects you've audited?
Through the chair, yeah, we have audited projects in the past that had successful project structures, steering committees delegated to a project management or a senior project manager, a hierarchy, if you will, that followed appropriate processes for project management. It's not totally absent in the city. I'm not suggesting that. But I think it behooves management to leverage that knowledge and make it more available.
Councillor, if you can hold for a second. Director Pat Leishman, do you have something to offer in this question?
Yes, good afternoon. Pat Leishman, Director of Enterprise Portfolio Management. I really appreciate the question because it's an opportunity to highlight, as our Auditor General is mentioning, the pockets of greatness that are happening across the city in this area, but also the opportunity through the Enterprise Portfolio Management and Transformation Office to work with our colleagues across the city. We've already started to build this out. Why? We have large projects that are part of the cyber recovery. And so we need to ensure that we've got exactly what the Auditor General is talking about in all of our projects. And we started building that months ago. So governance structures, all of the right tools and techniques and project management principles in place to ensure that we have control that and that we can demonstrate that to council at all times. The opportunity here is to take what we're doing in the Enterprise Portfolio Management and Transformation Office and partner with our colleagues on the construction side of the house and bring all this together so we've got it more broadly across the city. It's a great opportunity, and I'm excited to take that forward.
Thank you, Director. Back to Councillor.
Thank you, and thank you, Chair. Auditor General, can you maybe comment on what the role of a business case would have done in this situation? Do you think that would have helped at all, or do you think it wouldn't really have mattered?
Thank you. Auditor General, please.
Through the chair, I think a business case would have been very helpful and a tool that could have illustrated the actual feasibility. A proper business case would have assessed, from my vantage point at least, and what I'm talking about is addressing the mayor's directive for quote-unquote options. So what are the options? For example, why wasn't a turnkey solution brought forward as a possible, the pros and cons of a turnkey? What would that take? What would the impact be on time, cost, and time and cost? And for me, that's what I would translate what you mean by business case into exactly that. Like, what is the business case? We know we want this, but how should we go about it? What's the best approach that produces value for money and minimizes the risk?
Councillor.
Thank you, Auditor General. And through the chair, do you see this also as I'll say, a systematic, a pervasive recommendation as well around business casing? Have you seen that missing in other areas you've looked at?
Thank you. Auditor General.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Go ahead,
Certainly,
Councillor.
yes, through the chair. When it comes to business casings, we just talked about in this particular instance, and you've said there's some, I'll say, system-wide recommendations you're making. Do you see business casing as being one of those system-wide recommendations that the city should be looking at? Do you see that missing in other areas as well, and could be something that could help us, or is this just a one-off?
Auditor General.
Finger trouble. Through the chair, as I've said before, I think there's are systemic issues across the city. I don't want to point to any particular projects. I'd have to go back and look at all, some of our previous reports. It's an element that we're looking at more and more. I'm looking at when we go into an area that's doing a project, we're looking at risk assessment, project structure, project planning, due diligence, all of those things as part and parcel. Too often, I won't say all of the time, because you're not going to hear about the times we are successful, obviously. But too often we find shortcomings, particularly with contract management. Risk management is another one. And I keep saying that over and over again because it's, to me, it's so fundamental to identify the risks up front, because it's what you end up having to manage. If you're not managing at the front end, you're certainly going to be managing it at the back end when it's more costly.
Thank you. And my final question through the chair is around, when you talk about risk, you're really talking about an enterprise risk framework that would be pervasive across the entire organization. And by the fact that that's missing, that's where things like this show up, where we haven't properly assessed the risk and understood it and how to respond to those risks. Is that would I be contextualizing that correctly? I'm interested in your thoughts in it as well.
Auditor General.
Through the chair, correct. What I'm saying is that something like that, a systematic way of approaching risk, would help to inculcate a culture that would allow the city more holistically to respond to this as a general challenge.
Councillor.
Thank you, Auditor General, and thank you, Chair. I'm done with my questions.
Thank you. If you want to go on for a second time or for comments, you can do that. Next speaker, Councillor Maureen Wilson, please. Your microphone is on.
Thank you. Just offering my thanks and appreciation to the Auditor General and his team for their significant due diligence and the thoroughness of this report. Thank you. My questions, I also sit as a member of the procurement subcommittee, so I am interested in that moving forward. And I'm looking specifically at paragraphs 123 to 126 to make sure I understand them. And I'm particularly interested in the recommendation number 7 on page 5 of 8, in which you make a recommendation that the city develop more robust requirements and procurement staff review procedures for the justification of single source procurement, including expectations. I'm just looking for your assurance as a member of that subcommittee that it's your opinion that the policy 11, policy 10 and 11 emergency and non-competitive procurement policy, it doesn't need to be further adjusted to ensure that there's no engagement with subsequent bidders or contract recipients. Through the chair.
Thank you. Auditor General.
So through the chair, I think we're talking about two different issues. The issue in 2123 is the danger of how you work with potential proponents and have discussions prior to a single source approval is what's being illustrated here. What we're talking about is a specific communication that occurred, I think it was September 11th, which is prior to approval, which could be interpreted negatively in terms of not meeting the requirements of procurement. Whereas with recommendation 7 and the general thrust of what we're saying is that there should be more robust requirements, in our view, that would allow you as decision makers to be assured that this is appropriate to approve of a single source. So what are the criteria? What kind of information? That's what we're talking about, developing some kind of structure to so that there would be expectations in how you were to come forward and seek approval for single sourcing. And one of them might be, well, what due diligence did you do on this vendor? Who are they? What's their background? What's their financial strength? That type of thing. And had that been done in this case, it would have been quickly apparent that the vendors that they were looking at probably wouldn't get your approval.
Thank you. Councillor, 3 minutes 30.
I think I understand that. Thank you. What I am trying to understand is whether you would advise the procurement subcommittee that our policy 10 and 11 needs further refinement is it explicit in saying that there shall be no discussions with prospective vendors?
Thank you. Auditor General.
So, through the chair, I'm saying yes, there should be more requirements to be met so that decision makers, council, can assure themselves that if those requirements are met, and they should be explicitly dealt with in any presentation for single source approval. Now, I recognize that there are some that there's a range of financial commitments or dollars that are involved in single source, and there's quite a few single source procurements that go through in a year. But notwithstanding, there should be some procedures to deal with important single source procurements that set out the minimum requirements and processes for research and information that is brought so that you can make a cogent decision on whether or not to approve single sourcing. Bottom line, I just don't think that there is a standard for what you as councillors are to be presented with in making that decision, and you should have some sort of minimum standard.
Thank you. That's my question.
Is that it, Councillor?
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Narinder Nath is up next, please.
Thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Auditor General, for the investigation, the report, and the recommendations. So just to clarify, I think on the record that your report and presentation state that the operations of the temporary shelter are not of concern. The concern really does lie in the project management related to capital and construction. So just to confirm that is the case, I don't want to state a public summary that you wouldn't agree with.
Through the chair, that's correct. We considered there to be 4 phases of this project. The first 3 ran through all the way to the construction, and then the 4th phase was operations. We did not deal very much with operations, mainly because we didn't see significant risks. I mean, the budget was falling in line with what was asked for, et cetera, et cetera. So we did not delve into that in any significant way.
I appreciate that. Deputy Mayor, so I recall whenever there have been overages associated specifically with shelter services, they have come back in the form of a report with recommendations consistently. Previously, it was Emergency Community Services and subsequently to General Issues Committee, and those report recommendations do its best to outline why the desire of the municipality's expansion might not fall within the budgeted alignment, and then the appropriate authorities or approvals are sought by committee and council. Would you suggest, through you, Deputy Mayor, that those kind of overages reports as they relate to shelter services would also benefit from further assessment or scrutiny? Thank you.
So through the chair, I think that go a long way to address this, particularly as it's potentially a systemic issue. And it would certainly help to inculcate a stronger culture of being observant of reporting of when you're over and get people used to the idea. Clearly, we're not used to the idea of what to do when there's something over, over budget.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It speaks to the rigor, systematic rigor that's needed to address the points that you've raised in the recommendation. I appreciate that. The report clarifies micro shelters operating fraudulently, but the higher overages were related to the construction contract portions. And Deputy Mayor, I wonder if my questions would be best served in camera as they relate to recommendation number 6. And number 6 is dealing with the contractual components. So I think I'll hold the remainder of my questions for that portion of the agenda.
That would be appropriate, Councillor. Thank you for giving me the heads up on that. Councillor Beatty is the next one up, please.
Thank you, Chair.
Speaker.
Through you, I'm trying to paint a picture of what is taking place inside the management of this project between October and January, using the findings of the Auditor General's report. Just trying to ascertain the decision-making, the responses to changes in the project, and importantly, the realization that things are starting to go wrong. And so if I could just first get validation from the AG, using the first 4 pages of the presentation, using the timeline that's set out here. In October, where I say we're the City of Hamilton, is working within a $2.8 million budget. By January, we're now, as is reported, a minimum of $2 million over budget. And so between October and January, and the timeline that's been provided, as the units are arriving, there's a realization that we're $2 million over budget. Have I depicted that accurately? That's the foundation for my question. AG, through you, Chair.
Through the chair, a couple of minor corrections to your assumptions. So basically, the units were ordered in mid-October. Half was paid for a week later. Through the course of November and December, there were purchase orders issued. By December 4th, we paid the second installment on the, so that's 2.3 million right there out of 2.8. Through the course of November and December, purchase orders were being issued in the order of approaching $3 million by it. And so what I'm saying is that it should be readily apparent that if you've already paid 2.3 million for the shelters and you're issuing purchase orders for almost $3 million, that you're significantly over budget. And so this was an awareness amongst the team. I can't say that it went to senior leadership team. We have no documentation of that, or the city manager. But the team was aware of it. And further, they should be aware because you're issuing purchase orders. And so hence my example of when you have approval to spend $2 million and you start issuing purchase orders that start adding up to $4 million, it should be, I think, standard procedure that before you get to actually getting them to do the work, getting them, you can't just wait for invoices to come in because you don't have the authority to approve them. So action needs to take place swiftly in those cases so that you have the proper authority to exceed the original $2 million.
Okay.
Councillor?
So then to come back to where I started, and I'm just going by the timeline provided in your presentation, AG Brown, top of page 4, a budget overage of at least $2 million. I think we're singing from the same song sheet here that by January, there's indication amongst project management that things are going off the rails, if I can just kind of put it in a simple term. What I'm trying to understand is, as part of your investigation, at what point did you observe any upflow of communication or some kind of reporting mechanism within the project management team that was that uh-oh moment where somebody went, things are starting to sink here. We're now $2 million over budget. Did you have any indication in your investigation that this was taking place? I guess is where I'll start.
Auditor General.
Through the chair. So the only indications that we have, and we didn't go any further because, it was an issue, I didn't pursue it, but was, I think as far back as November, maybe early December, some emails suggesting they knew it was 2 million over.
Sorry, can you just, I just want to fully comprehend what I think you just said. As early as November, there was an indication through your investigation that staff knew that this was going to be $2 million over budget as early as November, 1 month after or 2 months after the budget was approved.
Thank
Can
you. They're
confirm that?
conferring.
Through the chair, let me just check with the team. I just want to,
Certainly.
but it's in the November, December. I don't know how much of a difference it makes, but. Yeah, so we're talking end of November, early December.
Councillor.
Okay, so it's actually, it actually changes the timeline a little bit in terms of what you've reported publicly, and I'm just, that's not a statement of your report in any way, shape, or form. I'm just trying to have the correct timeline. Budget is approved in September. By late November, the project team already knows it's $2 million over budget. That is an accurate statement.
Auditor General.
Through the chair, correct.
Okay. At that point, what was the communication flow that you observed through your investigation that saw that this was flagged somewhere or noted, or this went up the food chain to report that, Houston, we have a problem here. This is starting to fall apart. At what point did you observe through your investigation that this was taking place?
Through the chair, I don't believe we have any evidence that went up the chain.
Okay.
Councillor.
Well, I don't know at what point, Chair, it's appropriate to ask staff.
Anytime.
Okay. So then I'll float it out through the chair. Whoever was on the ground managing this project, we've come to learn, by the end of November, had a realization that this project was $2 million over budget. So I guess I'm looking for an answer from the bench. At what point did senior levels of management within the city, when were they notified that this project was significantly over budget within such a short period of time? Through you, Chair.
Thank you. I'll start with the city manager. Were you aware?
Through the chair, not at that time, no. I'll look to GM Mater.
General Manager Mader.
Through the chair to the councillor, the senior leadership, the general managers that were impacted, mostly Public Works and myself, were aware that we were starting to run into that level of oversight. We were looking at what are the avenues of how we mitigate that. That was where we started to look at, the opportunity with the federal funding. That was ultimately what we utilized and tapped into. As we were trying to do this in the tight timeline, yes, that was where we failed to report back.
Councillor, you have 1 minute.
I flipped my my notes around and I ended up looking at speed cushions. I don't know if that's
Yeah, I don't
an
think they were
alliteration.
involved.
I know. So some members of senior leadership at the GM level started to hear reporting of a tremendous overage. I'm trying to understand what happened next after that. So it's late November. There's an indication that we're starting to come off the rails. Then what happened? How did we go between late November and sometime in, where did it start to go here? May. That there's a significant gap there, and I'm trying to get an explanation as to the thought process as to what was the length of time, why was the delay in bringing this overage forward?
General Manager Mader.
So through the chair, to the councillor, yes, that was the timeline. You're correct on that. And it was really by the time we getting the site done and completed in time. We were trying to challenge it with the snow falling and with the arrival of the units. We were focused on mostly that, about getting this to an operational level so that it could start to be utilized. With the winter, we were already delayed from when we felt that it was supposed to be opened by, and that is where we started to, the report came in April, and 6 weeks prior to that is when the report would have been formulated, so it was about mid-March.
That's
Chair, I
the end
think
of
I've
your time.
exhausted my time, so.
Yep. I'll put you on for a second time if you want.
If I decide to, I'll push the button.
Okie dokie. I'm just checking. Okay, so that's all second-time speakers on the list at the moment. So, Councillor Cooper, if you could take the chair, I do have some questions. No, I don't want to put your mic on. I just want you to take the chair.
Thank you. Over to you.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'd like to start with trying to understand the protocol when we receive unsolicited bids. Who can speak to that, please?
Through the chair, Tina Iacco, Director of Procurement. Unsolicited proposals are covered in the procurement policy. When a vendor brings a proposal to the city that we have not asked for, it's brought to staff's attention. Staff consider whether it's a valid proposal, and then from there, it's determined on what avenue to take with respect to procurement. So we could either issue a competitive process, or we could issue a non-competitive process and request a single source.
Thank you for that clarification. While I have Tina at the microphone, Councillor, if I may ask, when we're dealing with procurement and specifically with purchase orders, we issue a lot of purchase orders, as I understand it. What's the process for issuing a purchase order?
Through the chair, the procurement policy requires purchase orders for everything over $10,000. So we issue a number of purchase orders per year, as you mentioned. The protocol would be that the appropriate paperwork to request a purchase order is filled out, and that's usually by the project manager or the client department. And then it would go for appropriate approvals. So it could go to the manager, director, and then up to the GM. And then it would get reviewed by finance to ensure that budget or funds are in place, or if not, to escalate that. Once that's all signed off, then the finance and administrative staff would enter the requisition into the financial solution that we have. And it would, again, go through, if there's any workflow through that, if it's an electronic financial solution, it would go through the usual protocol of workflow, and then it would come into procurement. Excuse me. Procurement would then do its due diligence with respect to the requisition to ensure that the vendor name is valid, to ensure that all the required header comments and everything looks fine on the procurement, with respect to the procurement, and then the PO would be issued. The PO is then usually sent to the vendor via PDF and an email.
Thank you for that. So when a procurement requisition is received in your division, you're not necessarily looking at the proposal itself or checking if staff have actually done their due diligence. staff have signed off on a requisition, and it's your job at that point to fulfill the requisition if it meets, if there's funding available, et cetera. Is that correct?
Through the chair, if I can just clarify a little bit more. If it was a procurement process that we received a bid, we would certainly do the due diligence with respect to the bid that was received and the contract that's struck. If it's a policy 10 or 11, there is no further due diligence that procurement's required. That due diligence is on the client department. We would just simply ensure that the procurement approval was in place. So in this respect, it was council approval. And we have a council report that backs up that approval for the policy 11, and it would have been issued.
Okay, a follow-up to that, Chair. So as it relates to Micro Shelters, Inc., there had to have been a purchase requisition request completed. Who signed off on that? Do you know?
If you could just bear with me for a second.
No problem.
That's the wrong one. It's right here. Through the chair, the purchase requisition form was signed off by the manager, the acting director, the general manager, the acting business administrator, and the manager of finance.
So that's 5 people that signed off on it?
Through the chair, yes.
Okay. So, Chair, my questions now would be with respect to how the unsolicited bid occurred. And I'd like to understand, if I may, I don't know who the principals were. Are you permitted to say who the principals of MicroShelter are in public? It's a public company. We should know the names.
So through the chair, so our process is, it's not that we're not permitted, it's just not our protocol to.
I understand that from the Auditor General side, but from the city side, we had a PO. So we should know who the principals are to that company.
Through the chair, I'm going to apologize for mispronunciation. Dennis Forkout and Jeffrey Cooper.
Thank you. So in the report, it indicates that one of the principals reached out to housing staff. Which of the principals reached out to which housing staff?
Through the chair, the information came to us from Micro Shelters through, there was a number of groups that reached out once the mayoral directive came out, and also too, at that point in time though, throughout the province, as there was a lot of these new initiatives being discussed, there was a number of them reaching out to, through different avenues to housing services staff. So I think it was a reach out through, it was passed through the mayor's office to the city managers, to my office, to onto the housing staff for a follow-up. And it was ultimately with the acting director and the manager for follow-up.
Okay, so we had a unsolicited bid request from an individual for Micro Shelters to someone in the housing staff. Sorry, I guess to the mayor's office, to the city manager's office, to someone in the housing staff. Did anyone meet with the individual?
Through the chair, yes. The manager met with one of the proponents. I don't know which one. Sorry, and for getting some information together.
And were we aware at that time that they were not incorporated? Did you ask what the company name was?
Through the chair, I couldn't, we of course would ask the name of the company, but we would have not known enough to ask, if they are in fact incorporated. Once after the initial contact was made and then the information was provided about what their options were being made available and their product and that, then we followed up with procurement to ensure that we were following the approach, the correct approach.
Thank you very much. So if I may, Chair, the report indicates that there was a 50% payment up front, basically a deposit. Do I have that correct?
Through the chair, yes.
And Chair, subsequently, there was another 50% up front. Was that before or after receipt of the goods?
Sorry, through the chair, before.
So I'm thinking of one of my neighbors who was trying to get the roofing done and 50% up front, and then the fellow wanted 50% again. So what assurances did we have that they were actually going to deliver the goods? We handed over all of the money up front with not even seeing the product.
Through the chair, during the process for the delivery and that they were, in order for them to receive the product, once it was shipped, they needed to have the payment, and that was why we authorized it.
So this is a corporation that's trying to bid on a contract with the city of Hamilton, and they've advised you that they don't have the money to complete the order. And very clear question, did that not set off alarm bells that we had to give them all the money up front before we ever see the product?
Through the chair, yes, of course it did. At that point in time, we were in, dire straits to try and get the product to us as soon as possible.
Thank you. So we gave all of the money up front. We didn't see the product. I recall when we, as a council, made the decision to move forward, notwithstanding that I think there were four, maybe five people that were opposed to it. I recall Councillor McMeekin and I asking, how are we ensuring the building standards are being met, the electrical codes being met, et cetera. So if we gave the payment before we got the product, how did we know they were actually the product was going to meet the codes in Ontario?
Through the chair, that was one of the challenges we ran into, that when to get the product, we had to provide the payment. It came in January. We did get the product that we ordered. We now know that it had some challenges and there were some deficits. I think, though, as we have said, though, those deficits were relatively minor in the overall cost of what the project ended up costing. We also know that some of those costs would have been incurred that no matter what type of cabin or structure that we would have been procuring, as far as the electrical and wiring and fire and things like that.
I'm not sure, Chair, I would agree with that statement. There are companies in Ontario that are building those shelters that meet all of the codes. So how did you come to the determination that automatically whatever the product we got wouldn't meet the code and we'd have to pay more money?
Through the chair, sorry if I misspoke. I was saying more about that we would need. Through the chair, I would saying that was more about the need for us to ensure that those things, once they were, we would have had to have them wired and things like that.
Yeah, again, there were provincial vendors who have these buildings already prefabbed and meet the code. So we ended up with paying a vendor full value before we saw the product. The product ended up coming from China, not from anywhere in Canada, and it didn't meet the codes. And that's my time, that in lies the problem. I'm still struggling how 5 people who were involved in management could have authorized this without seeing the goods. Help me understand that.
Through the chair, that was a mistake that was made.
I'd say a serious one. Thank you. Okay, so that's my time up. Can I have that list there, clerk, because the list that I had is not quite accurate. Okay, so I have a number of second-time speakers. I'm not sure if any of the second-time speakers are asking questions. So if you're asking questions, I have Councillor Spadafora, Councillor Jackson not asking questions, Councillor Francis not asking questions, Councillor Cretch, you are asking questions. So respectfully, I'll move Councillor Cretch and Councillor Spada up, and I may join a second time. Sorry, councillors, but that is the process. We ask questions and then we do comments, okay? Councillor Spada. Now I'm shutting my mic off instead of turning the councillor's mic on. There you go, councillor. My apologies.
Thank you, Chair. A couple more questions for me. On average, how many times, and maybe this for the city, I don't know who would organize this, but how many times a week, bi-weekly, does SLT meet through you, Chair?
Thank you. City Manager?
Through the chair, roughly once a week or once every other week. It usually equates to 3 times a month.
Thank you. Councillor?
Thank you. In those meetings, I'm assuming this topic, I would hope, would have came up. At any of those meetings, was the city solicitor in those SLT meetings? Because I just want to clarify, I believe the AG said that there was no discussion with the city solicitor on sort of our exposure from a legal perspective through you, Chair. And I could have that wrong, so I'm just looking for clarification.
Thank you. City Manager Clucky.
Through the chair, the city solicitor does not sit on SLT, just the SLT members sit there. We did speak about the Barton Tiffany project as well as the overall project at various points. I'm not sure if you correctly have characterized what the Auditor General said, but perhaps I could let him speak to that. I do know that our Director of Procurement could also add some insight into what she and the city solicitor did in terms of this contract, if you would like.
Thank you, City Manager.
Auditor General first, and then perhaps Procurement. Do you have anything, Auditor General Brown?
I don't have anything.
You don't have anything? Thank you. We're just waiting for Procurement to take the seat. Did you hear the question? GM Zagarek?
Yeah, through the chair, I'll start and
Thank
then
you.
Director Iacoa can expand. With respect to the 2 contracts that are related, the procurement and legal services did work collaboratively in developing the 2 contracts. With respect to the purchase order includes terms and conditions that were developed by legal services. This is just our general purchase order. And I'll now invite Director Iacoa maybe to speak to the contracts that both procurement and legal services worked on as it relates to this issue.
Thank you. Director Iacoa?
Through the chair, there was a contract that was struck with Rankin. And in lieu of having a templated time and material construction contract, the request for quotations contract, the terms and conditions were adopted in that, and the contract was developed. The contract was prepared and shared with legal services, and procurement and legal worked together. It was approved, and then it was sent to the contractor to execute, and it was executed without question.
Thank you. City Solicitor Lisa Shields, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, through the chair. With respect to the engagement with micro shelters, again, we were not included as the auditor indicated. With respect to ranking, there was a contract that was provided by procurement after services had started to finalize, and the quick turnaround time, there was not enough time for legal services to engage in a meaningful way. So that was engaged, and I guess they were finalized in December, end of December. And then with respect to Dillon, yes, as Tina indicated, there was work with procurement to finalize that contract, which is a roster contract. So it's an off-the-shelf contract that we have that we used because we weren't able to, again, because of the quick turnaround time, to agree to terms in a more formalized contract with Dillon.
Thank you. Councillor Spatafor.
Since Tina's at the bench, if I can ask another procurement question. I believe the AG said there was 4 companies that were looking at this. I'm assuming we followed our procurement bylaw, and that's why Micro Shelters won the award because they were the lowest bid. Through you, Chair.
Director Iacoa.
Through the chair, there was no competitive process that was conducted through the procurement division. This was single source with Micro Shelters as under the recommendation from the report.
So what, can you give me a couple things to go by? What boxes did Micro Shelters check that made you feel comfortable, everybody feel comfortable that they are the right company to sole source? I'm trying to understand. I get it was sole source, that's fine. I'm assuming Rankin might have been sole sourced. We have I mean, if anybody in this room doesn't know who Rankin is, their history is immense. They are one of the top companies in the area. They employ a lot of people from Hamilton. I'm trying to understand what boxes Micro Shelters checked for you to say, or anyone, who, I'm not saying you, Tina, I'm just saying in general, this is the right one. I seen the AG had his hand up as well, Chair.
Thank you. It would be General Manager Mader.
Through the chair to the councillor, the predominant reason why we went with Micro Shelters was the size and the collapsibility of it, the idea that they could be reused at a later date. But it was mostly about the ability to accommodate couples, because that was one of our major reasons of what we were looking for. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Spatafor, 3 minutes, 8 seconds.
The AG, Chair, please.
Sorry, Auditor General.
So through the chair, so that's what we say in our report. The overriding driver was the fact that number one, the timelines, but number two, the double occupancy requirement.
I appreciate that, AG, but that doesn't add up because you're single sourcing overseas product to come when you have local product that's 15 minutes away. So if we're talking about we had to do it for a quick turnaround, the quickest turnaround would have been finding someone in your backyard. So it just, like, to me, and double occupancy, I'm assuming Micro Shelters isn't the only company in the world that has double occupancy. So I struggle with those answers. At the end of the day, there's multiple companies around, not just in Hamilton, everywhere, that could have built these things quicker and cheaper. And it's just the again, I don't see where the box is. There's got to be another box that they must have checked, or a few, for that to happen. What am I doing for time, Chair?
2 minutes, 15 seconds.
I'm just going to go into comments, or do you want to go to Councillor Crutch and then come back on?
Questions only right now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Crutch, you're next up for questions. Go ahead.
Thank you. And through the chair, to the Auditor General, a question that's plagued me a little bit in all of this isn't something I think you've addressed in your report, but I wonder if you can speak to it, or maybe you'll say it's outside, is that had we actually been presented with the option of saying, you know, this is going to cost $7.9 million on day one, right? If it came back in September and said this is going to cost $7.9 million, there would have been some, I think, discussion about a value proposition there at that level, at that investment, right? I think we understood the value proposition at 2.8, but we didn't have a chance to ask questions about the value proposition at 7.9. Did you look at that value proposition and say to yourself, or did anybody look at that value proposition and come up with a number saying, well, based on the kind of housing this is, which is a bit unique, based on the cost per person, right? And now we're talking about, I think we heard today, 120 people have been served by this. And that number is going to continue to go up, I imagine, over time. This is how much it costs per person. This is what that looks like as a value. This is a reasonable cost for this thing. Like, we looked at it from that perspective. I didn't get that sense in the report, but mind you, it was long. I might have missed something.
AG Brown, please.
Through the chair. So I think that's a legitimate interpretation of what we're saying. I think there's a couple of things that threatened the value proposition that we quickly determined. One was, I think the budget itself was a red flag. It was 2.8 million, but using the benchmarks that they were purported to show at least some semblance of relationship to 2.4 million plus monies for the common building. I could see that, except that it was 80 units, not 40, right? They're double occupancy. So that was right off the bat. What we're saying in the report is, to me, any budget under 5.2 million would have been a red flag. The second thing is the double occupancy itself. Well, that was the driver, I think, of selection of micro shelters. It was perhaps fatal in the sense that these required work to be done, a specification that would meet the building code. And we didn't think that that had been sufficiently explored. And so there was a significant risk of cost escalation if it didn't meet the code requirements, and they hadn't been investigated. So those are two things that very quickly coalesced in our work, on our field work.
Thank you. Councillor?
Thanks. Through the chair, that's really helpful in terms of the way that you think about that, because it gives me a sense of, you're saying, 5.2 to 7.9, that's a threshold where, maybe there's some other kinds of issues going on, but at 5.2, you think a certain type of oversight should have been applied. I guess what I'm also curious about is, if I just do some simple division math and I say there's $7.9 million to the project, 120 people have been served, that's $66,000 per person, right? So that's approximately what the cost is. When I think about, and I know staff don't have these answers today, I'm asking you this from a more from an auditor perspective. Is that a good value for money when you take into consideration other comparable projects and the costs that they have, and the fact that this is an emergency nature? Because of course, and you've talked about this in other audits, when something happens at an emergency, or I've seen it in other audits, whether you have or not, but the emergency nature of things can drive costs up sometimes, and that has to be considered when thinking about a project like this. So I'm trying to understand if that analysis was done. Did you look at this and say, based on the price that we paid overall at the end of the day, and we divide this by the number of individuals who use it, this was a reasonable cost for the product, given the emergency situation, or was that not something you considered in that way?
Auditor General?
Through the chair, so I briefly considered that, but there's some problems with that, and that is, where do you get the benchmarks? The different jurisdictions and sites all have different circumstances and realities, I guess, of how they're being implemented. So I just come back to the fact that I think that these overages, had the project been managed from start to finish with the proper due diligence, I think monies could have been saved. We allude to three things that account for the cost overruns. One is the budget was understated, I believe. But the other areas were the modifications to the structures. That was very expensive. As I said, by the time we paid for the structures, it was 2.73 million, which eats up pretty much all the 2.8 of the budget. And I think the other was the time and materials contract itself. That type of contract, I don't believe the city has much experience with. Certainly not demonstrated experience, because we didn't take into account the risks of getting involved in that type of contract. It's fairly open-ended. As it explains in the report, a time and materials contract is it's not a fixed price. It can be whatever price emerges at the end of the tunnel. And so you pay for labor and materials at their cost plus markup. And in this case, I think the contractor had every advantage in this situation. It was not competitively procured. And I think the circumstances of the contract and how they evolved and the urgency with which we entered into it work to the detriment of the city and the city's taxpayers. So, and if you look at it, the original budget too, for the whole site construction, they allocated $600,000. It's just, I think to an experienced construction project manager, that would have been woefully inadequate, considering what was being required to be done.
Councillor Cretch, 2 minutes, 30 seconds.
Thanks for your answer. I think the part I was trying to get out a little bit was, were there comparables? Was it possible to do that kind of analysis? I think what you're saying is, given the nature of the project and the fact that we don't really have a lot of comparables for something like this because it's relatively unique, there's not a way to sort of say that. And it wouldn't matter anyways from your perspective, I think is what you're saying, because there was so much savings available and you'd have to evaluate not only what happened, but then evaluate the savings as well. And your point is here that it doesn't really matter because of the overage itself. And also, again, based on the comparables, we don't have that information.
So through the chair, so we did try to compare the costs of the structures themselves, and we did find a local provider that could provide them. Now, we weren't trying to get an exact quote that nobody's going to give you their price until you have a specification, but just a general idea of price, and they were $60,000 per unit. And so, $32,000 compares favorably with that. On the other hand, you've got, we asked that Foldum what they would have charged in Canadian dollars, and they said anywhere from $25,000 to $34,000 for units that would have had a 10-year warranty, and they would have done the quality assurance and fixed anything that wasn't up to building code specification. So it runs the gamut. You can't just compare the structures themselves. You have to compare other attributes like the warranty and quality assurance and the company and its ability to work with the department or city in ensuring that all specifications and requirements for meeting building codes and whatnot are met.
Thanks very much. I think I'll leave it there. And if I have a desire at some point in the future to ask a question of staff about that, I will. I think it's important to understand where in the housing continuum something like this falls, right? We often talk about things like doors and number of doors and cost per door, that kind of thing. We don't have a sense through all this still at this point. What is the value in terms of what we're getting for the product at the end of the day? And so I think that ultimately is somewhat important, and maybe I'll just follow up with staff offline about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cretch. The next speaker for questions, I'm only taking questions at the moment, and then we'll go to comments. Councillor Wang, you're up next for questions. Second time speaker.
Yes,
Go ahead.
thank you, Chair. I have a question about the responsibility of Dillon's Consulting. As they are part of the roster, they're a little more standardized. It's an organization we've worked with in the past. In that contract, what were their responsibilities for this particular project? Do you know? No?
Auditor General, please.
Through the chair, so one of the key responsibilities was the verification, the monitoring of the Rankin contract, and doing all the verification of the invoices that came in, contract administration.
Okay, so
Anything
in your report, you at line 157, you say that Dillon's responsibility included conducting site visits, inspections, reviewing timesheets, and rate applications to ensure contract compliance. Dillon represented the owner and kept the owner informed of issues and status of the project. So as part of this line, and earlier in this report, you talk about how Dillon's was the actual project manager. So as the project manager, this is where I'm starting to have a little bit of challenge with this, because we're talking about from a management responses perspective that we don't have enough of that bench strength in terms of that project management perspective. We specifically brought in an actual consultant that was supposed to do the project management aspect of this. And then I want to understand if Dillon's was supposed to be handling all of that project management aspect, how did the Rankin's contract get so out of control to say that we have now a $5 million overage? So I'm not at all I think that that's where I'm struggling to understand. If we had a rostered agreement and relationship with Dillon's, what were the guardrails put in place for Dillon's? And did Dillon's actually do the work that they were supposed to do in keeping this project, again, verifying timesheets, site inspection, reviewing the timesheets, representing the owner? How does that work? Where does that come in?
Through the chair, so it's not so much the verification as the negotiation of what we were going to pay, the rates. We go into that in great length in this report and also in the legal opinion confidential appendix B. So they can only contract administer what we've agreed to. And they have to abide by the contract. So having said that, though, another thing that we pointed out in the report is that with a time and materials contract, it's important to have audit rates. And we didn't have audit rates.
Okay.
So if I go back to way back when I was apprenticing with a big accounting firm, I think my first year I was put on a job, and we were auditing a defense contractor. And defense contracting it's all about cost plus contracts, time and material contracts, right? And I remember to this day, I think the first day I worked on that, I was pretty green. And there's all these people running around at this contractor in Army uniforms. So I asked somebody, how come there's so many people running around with uniforms on? And the answer was, oh, they're auditors. They're here all the time, year-round, auditing, because these are cost-plus contracts.
Okay. Thank you, AG.
So hopefully that illustrates the risk of these types of contracts. They're very dangerous if you don't manage them carefully.
Thank you so much, AG. I think that the rest of my questions around the guardrails around the Dillon's contract should be best asked in camera. I think that I still feel like I have a lot of questions around those particular contracts between Dillon's and Rankin's, especially because we see that the cost overruns were on the construction side of this report. Thank you.
Thank you. The next counselor is Counselor Beatty.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. The AG's story about the cost plus and his experience at the defense contractor reminds me of...
It's a peculiar phone call. Would you like to start over since you were
I
distracted?
don't know what's happening out there. Sure. I'm reminded of my procurement classes in operations management at Niagara College in 1995, and my professor saying that cost plus contracts, he didn't have kind things to say about it. What he said was a license to steal is what he called it way back when. That was his damning recommendation. Has no bearing on this conversation, but it speaks to the importance of strict oversight. Councillor Spatafor asked a question and we got a response back at the criteria that was used in the selection of this type of product. Two criteria that were identified. Number one, the ability for couples to stay in the units. Number two was the reusability of these products later. They could be folded and stored. I guess that's where the name Fold'em comes from. But we also learned way back when, I think when the initial report came forward, that the need to retrofit the electrical system has rendered the foldability of these things mute. You can't be folded because now we have externally mounted electrical systems. So you'd have to strip off the electrical systems in order to fold them, which defeats the purpose of upgrading the electrical system. I've seen images in media that the there's been a significant wear and tear on these units. I haven't been to the site. I can't verify. I'm just saying what I've seen in media and social media.
Question, Councillor.
Question is this. In your findings, AG, what do you believe is the likelihood of the reusability of these at a future date? Do you actually think that we'll be able to follow through in your investigation on being able to collapse these units, store them, and use them again, given the significant quality issues, the retrofits, and the significant wear and tear that potentially is taking place?
Thank you. Auditor General, your supposition?
Through the chair, so I'm aware of that issue was raised. We didn't have, I wouldn't say we didn't have the opportunity to address it fulsomely. I do have reservations, such as you suggest, about at the end of the day, will we be able to actually fold them up and move them without significant undoing of all the work or potential destruction and having to pull apart things? Or will we just up and move them by truck as is, and what costs that would be? For me, I didn't want to devote yet further time. As you know, this was a project that I could have gone all kinds of avenues in terms of the scope, and we had to get this report before council. But that is, it does remain a legitimate concern whether that would be feasible to move these units to another location without incurring significant costs.
Thank you. Councillor Beattie.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. I can't recall that we're significantly into the proceedings here, and I'm trying to think back to the report, Chair, through you. There was an issue that I believe came up, and I don't remember if it's part of this report, something involving the labor, Ministry of Labor. Something was filed, something happened with the Ministry. Was that part of the report, Auditor General Brown?
I don't recall, but I recall the Ministry of Labor did come out and do an investigation or inspection. Auditor General.
Oops. Through the chair, I'm just looking it up in the report. It's in the report. So it's in the report under paragraph 193. So the issues that transpired were the reason for the stop work order were fourfold, as I understand it. Notice of registration, there was none. They needed to appoint a supervisor. They needed to post a designated substance list vis-a-vis the contamination, and they needed to designate a constructor. The constructor was something that could have been designated in the contract with Rankin, but it's one of the observations that's made by Castles in their opinion that it would have been better to designate at the outset within that contract. They be the constructor to avoid some of this. So those are the four key things that had to be taken care of. So there was a brief period of stop order where work was stopped until all of those issues got addressed.
I'm just trying to understand the timeline and relationship between that order and then any change in the relationship with Rankin and their oversight or management of the project. Did you notice anything change with how Rankin was engaged once that those orders were filed? Did we shift responsibility potentially to Rankin as a result of the order?
Auditor General.
Through the chair, so I think that one of the solutions was to use Rankin as the constructor. So that was a solution for that. And so they were also providing supervision on site.
And then I guess as a follow-up supplemental to that, is that the point where the cost plus came into being? Again, just from a timeline perspective, order is issued, we have a relationship with Rankin. Now Rankin is appointed in a new role. Did the contract change at any point, or was it always left as the kind of the open-ended cost plus?
General Manager Kennedy.
Thank you. Jackie Kennedy, General Manager of Public Works. Rankin was brought on at that time specifically to take on the role of constructor.
Councillor.
Thank you. That helps me with the timeline. No further questions, Chair.
Thank you. Okay. Mayor Horvath is next, please.
Thanks. Just a really brief question, and it's not dissimilar to where Councillor Beatty was going in terms of the specifications around double occupancy and collapsibility, but from a different kind of perspective, I guess, which is there's been talk about other organizations being able to provide the same product locally, and I guess my question will be: was there any diligence around that? I mean, were there specifications? Was there a look at who the suppliers were that were available in the market, and whether or not they met two of the most important ones? Well, maybe not so much the collapsibility, but certainly that was part of what was being asked for as a temporary solution that could be reutilized, but also particularly the double occupancy. And I raise that because I think the Auditor General used the words, that was perhaps a fatal driver. But in fact, it was one of the most important drivers. It was one of the pieces that was missing from our ability to house unhoused people who were living in couple relationships or family relationships of more than one. And so I guess this would go probably to GM Mader perhaps, or somebody who understands kind of why things were put together the way that they were, and whether or not there was any kind of look at whether there were in fact suppliers of these kinds of units that could meet these kinds of needs more locally. Thank you.
Thank you. General Manager Mader.
Through the chair to the mayor, I'm just going to defer that question to Director Baird.
Director Baird.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. And yes, in fact, that was one of the primary drivers, that we knew that our system didn't have solutions for couples. And so that was the reason we were looking specifically for that size cabin. The vendors that we looked at that point in time, Microshelters was the only provider that was able to provide the double-sized unit. We did consult with other municipalities as well, and people use smaller units for couples, but really to give adequate space, we wanted a double-sized unit to house couples. Could there be local suppliers that could do that? At that point in time, we didn't have that information.
Thank you. Mayor. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, that was me.
It's okay.
The other piece was just around the collapsibility feature, which I appreciate Councillor Beatty's questions because that speaks to like the after the fact piece. But when the decisions were being made around sourcing, the collapsibility being a factor, were there lots of potential providers that the staff were aware of, whether it be in this market directly around the Hamilton area and or the rest of the province, the country, et cetera, that had the collapsibility capacity?
Through the chair, so no, in fact, they were the only provider that had the ability to have the collapsible factor. That wasn't upfront the sole determining factor for us. We were primarily looking at a solution that could be available on a timely basis and meet the needs of couples. That was critical for us, but this was a benefit when they came to us with the ability to produce a collapsible unit, because we would have the opportunity to use them again in events of emergencies down the road.
Mayor.
And just as a
There you go.
Thanks. Just as a quick follow-up to that, the question, the response included a reference to timing, like how long it would take to actually have the units in place. And so, is there a sense of what the range of that estimate would have been? We saw what happened with these ones, and with all the lessons learned, I guess, is the way to say it. And I also appreciate the work that's been done by the Auditor General. But what is there a sense of? Can we get a sense of what the range would have been in terms of potential deliverability of other providers?
timeliness of the other ones, Director Baird?
Through the chair. So the microshelters product up front, when they provided us commitment to deliver, they were to be the quickest deliverer. And at that time, it was the fall of 2024, and we were looking to have a solution in place to address the issues around unsheltered homelessness that was occurring as we came into the winter months. The other providers, nobody was able to meet that time frame. In fact, they were months to much longer beyond. In the end, we didn't get the units delivered until January, but that was still in advance of what the other providers could offer.
Thank you. Okay, where's my list? So, Councillor Cooper, if you could take the chair one more time for me, please. Just a few follow-up questions, if I may. Did the proponent, the ultimate successful proponent, express to housing staff that the buildings that they would provide would meet the Ontario Building Code, the Electrical Code, and the Fire Code?
Through the chair, I can't say for certain if that was reviewed exactly or not. Sorry.
Thank you. Did the proponent express to housing staff that the buildings that they were going to provide were coming from China?
Through the chair, no, we did not know that at that point in time when we put the order in.
Was it housing's belief that the order that they were placing meant that the units were going to come from the other company, Foldum, or?
Through the chair, no, we had no knowledge of the other company at that point in time.
So how did you question how they were going to fulfill the order, where they were coming from, or you just took it on chance?
Through the chair, we were given the assurance and given the confirmation of being able to deliver it. They had a manufacturing avenue. We just, at that point in time, though, we were not specifying and requiring them to say where they were being manufactured.
Thank you, Chair. At that particular point in time, did you know that they had newly been incorporated, or did you check on their incorporation?
Through the chair, no, we did not.
There was a purchase requisition and a subsequent purchase order. Did that purchase order indicate that they were to provide the units that fold down in a timely manner, as was suggested, that met all of the Ontario codes?
Through the chair, I'm sorry, Councillor, I'm not quite following. So at that point in time, we knew that they were a collapsible type, and as I've indicated, though, that we did not specifically confirm about the adherence to all of the regulations.
So if I recall correctly, 50% was paid up front. Then you were told, well, in order to get the product, you have to pay for the whole thing, so 50% was paid at a later date, not too far in the future, correct?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
So after you've received 100%, well, after you've paid 100%, how do you warrant the product that you're receiving? If you've not seen it, it hasn't been delivered, you've paid it. Once that's done, what's the fallback position other than litigation if they fail to fulfill the contract?
Through the chair, that was a risk.
The last question I have, and I'd like to verify this, please. I think what I've heard today is that there were no meetings held between the proponent and the staff from any other department, the city manager's office or the mayor's office. They only met with Housing Division. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that's what I can confirm.
Okay, that's it for my questions. I do have comments. Thank you very much. I'll take the chair back. Okay, councillors, I'm not seeing any further questions around the table, so Councillor Tom Jackson, you're up first with 5 minutes as comments.
Thanks so much, Deputy Mayor Clark. And I want to say a couple of things here from a SLT standpoint. If you recall, when staff brought forward the report last summer that said it was $5.1 million over, all I was getting in the community, Deputy Mayor Clark, was, Tom, who knew who? And if you recall, I asked last summer when the GIC report was before us, I asked General Manager Mader, because I was getting that whispered in my ear often. I asked her point blank publicly in this august chamber. I said, General Manager, here's what I'm hearing. Can you please respond? And General Manager Mader, I'm paraphrasing, but I know exactly the essence of what she said, was, Councillor, I have done my due diligence. There's no one on this staff that did anything untoward, and I accepted that because of the entire integrity that she answered the question with, and I'm standing by that. It seems to me as well to be a perception that is pointing to housing and to healthy and safe communities, but like, where was Public Works in all this? As the Auditor General said, they are in the construction business and planning is in the planning business. Was that site doable to be used for this Rush project? And yet it seems to me that all the answers are are being expected simply from housing and healthy and safe communities. So I'm not buying that. And for my next comments, Deputy Mayor Clark, if I sound a bit miffed now with my next few comments, it's because through voting against the encampment protocol this term, and through voting against in fall of 2024, this Tiny Homes Barton Tiffany project, you know, I've endured ridicule through social media, and that's okay. That's a politician's public life. And I've been around long enough. I've always said my Armenian skin has served me very well in public life. But I've endured ridicule, comments of being heartless, no compassion, uncaring for voting against the Tiny Homes project. Well, let me tell you, look at the three ironies of this unfortunate situation this corporation is in. Number one, January 19th of 2023, in the first 2 months of this new era, this new change council that got elected, Hamilton Alliance for Tiny Shelters, HATS, with Dan Bedness and Tom Cooper came before the ECS committee on January 19th of 2023. They were sent away to find some locations they thought were doable. 3 of them they found in wards 1, 2, and 3. One of them was Tiffany Barton. Guess what they were told? It's contaminated, you can't use it. So HATS, the legs tucked between their legs, they decided to go elsewhere and look around for other sites, but they were told no at that time. Second irony, Chinese cabins from China? Or do you know how insulting that was, Deputy Mayor Clark, to local companies? Didn't a Stony Creek company, I think, come forward after the report was made public last summer, saying we could have built them for a fraction of that cost? Irony number 3, there were actually social activists who attacked me and criticized me, who later on delegated saying, you know, that extra $5.1 million, boy, could we have used that for extra shelter space, for building extra subsidized housing units, and instead it went towards the overage of what ended up happening at Barton Tiffany. You know, there was 1 or 2 members of council who supported this, and word on the street is that, and it got back to me, 1 or 2 members of council that posted that they regretted their decision of supporting the project. I'm going to conclude, Deputy Mayor Clark, by saying we heard from the Auditor General words repeatedly used: rushed, urgency, quick turnaround. I am so glad again I was one of 3 or 4 members of council who voted against this in the fall of 2024 because of the rushness of the whole project. And the irony of ironies was, it was a few months later before it finally got completely occupied, and that was in March of 2025. Deputy Mayor Clark, other members of council can defend or explain their support for this project. Thanks, Deputy Mayor Clark.
Thank you, Councillor. Well within your time. The next speaker is Councillor Matt Francis. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Chair. And I also voted against this from the beginning because the problems outlined were entirely predictable. The cost overruns alone could have housed significantly more people. Instead, taxpayers are being asked to accept this as lessons learned once again. And how many lessons do taxpayers need to learn? It's becoming increasingly clear how serious a mistake strong mayor powers have been. This process treated taxpayers as guinea pigs for a failed pilot project. And what's also troubling is that a local company could have delivered this project faster and at a lower cost using unionized labor, supporting local jobs, but that option was bypassed. And we know exactly the companies doing this work right here in our own city. And by the way, those units don't need to be collapsible to be reusable. And thankfully, the City of London, who actually used local Stony Creek vendors for this similar program, was paying attention to Hamilton's lessons learned. So I just got to conclude by saying due diligence is supposed to happen before public money is spent, not after. Doing it afterwards is not learning. It's gambling with taxpayers' dollars. And our residents, both housed and unhoused, deserve far better than this. And they're done with learning lessons with their money, and they demand accountability because sorry is not going to cut it for wasting millions of taxpayer dollars.
Thank you, Councillor. The next speaker is Mayor Andrea Horvath.
Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Clark. Just a quick clarification, because I was out of the room when you asked questions about the getting information from various proponents. And just so people know, particularly around the table, we have lots of different people approaching our office all the time. And we have a screening process that my staff undertakes. And when there's something that comes to our office that's obviously belongs somewhere else, we send it along. And so I just wanted to make sure folks were aware of that, because we have to find ways to make sure that we're dealing with everything that comes in. So I thought it was important just to share that, and I apologize, I had to take a bio break.
I should have a while ago. The next speaker is, silly machine, Councillor Michael Spatafora, you're up.
Thank you, Chair. Just want to make some closing comments. There's some pretty obvious points here. We knew the site was contaminated. We ignored that. SLT confirmed they meet on a regular basis. I find it shocking that this conversation would not be top of mind. If it was such a rushed project, I would assume it would be on the agenda every week, and every manager and director SLT down would be fully all hands on. But I guess that wasn't the case. And I just want to make something clear. A lot of people today talked about the benefits of the operations at Bar and Tiffany. Well, that falls on Grace Mader and Michelle Baird. That had nothing to do with what this meeting was about. This meeting was about talking about the mistakes we made along the way to build this site. The operations, as the AG said, shouldn't even have been brought up here, because the work that our housing services have done for housing, they knocked it out of the park. Unfortunately, we decided to throw construction on their plate while they're trying to expand shelter systems at the same time. So I commend the operations side, which is where Grace and Michelle and their team should have been the whole time. And I think, you know, when you look at the directive, and I understand what the goal was, but again, it was rushed, it was ill-equipped. Wouldn't be here today. Literally, this conversation would not be wouldn't be happening. We would not be here speaking about this. And the last thing I want to say is, I'm a landlord in this city. I declare a conflict every time it comes up. You can rent an apartment, a 2-bedroom apartment with 3 washrooms in the city at $2,000 a month. $2,000 a month, that's $24,000 a year, plus they'd have to pay their water and electrical bill, which are minimal, even their internet, because I pay those for the tenants. $24,000 a year, call it 30 with their internet, cell phones, home insurance. Could have housed a lot more people. And we wouldn't need the temporary buildings that we don't even talk about. We talked about the units. There's common buildings on this site for showering, for all those things that we had to continually clean and dump out and take care of, because the shelter, the cabins don't provide any of that stuff. So, you know, value for money, I would say I think we missed the mark. The fact that nobody knew until whenever it was, January, that we were this far over budget, that's a massive red flag for me. Massive red flag. It's impossible that SLT city manager down directors had, you know, well, we didn't know. It was just, it all came at once and then we brought it to you. There's a delegated authority in there for a reason. And that's why I voted against allowing the delegated authority, and I voted against the project. The last thing I will say is we had a group that came forward, and I know it's been mentioned before, but we could have had, if this was so important, HATS could have had sites already open years ago. So to me, lessons learned, sorry, we made a mistake, you know, we understand. It's not good enough. It's not good enough at all. That's it for me, Chair.
Thank you very much. Before I go to the next speaker, I've got two things that we have to deal with. One is
the extension,
what I call the Kretsch clause. So we'll need that extension, but we also have a
Meeting at 9:30.
We don't need the 5:30 extension because we didn't start at 9:30. It's just that if we go past 6:30, we have to recess for footing. So
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so we're good. Councillor Ted McMeekin, please. That's okay. Just a second, Ted. There you go, sir.
Yeah, very, very briefly, I made some earlier comments, and you were right, Chair, to rein me in a little bit on that because I was commenting. The point I was trying to make was the reference to good judgment being based on experience, and experience often on bad judgment. You know, the simple truth is we've had a very fulsome discussion here, and simply put, we need to learn from all of the miscues, regardless of who was involved, so that we make sure this doesn't happen again. And the auditors helped us very much in that regard. I wanted just to reference specifically, because as you know, I've made some comments over the last couple of years about the Hamilton Alliance for Tiny Shelters. Tom raised it, Mike raised it. Just want to throw this out there. Just compare the process on this site or the lack of process and the confusion and the information and the management to the very fulsome process over and over and over and over again that this horseshoe and its infinite wisdom or folly, I don't want to make a judgment on that, has inflicted on the HATS group. They came to us a couple, and I was somewhat involved with them before I ran for office, Deputy Mayor. So I know a little bit about the background. It raised $1 million. They had 104 trained people ready to go, police chief and social service engagement. All of Hamilton approached. You know, residents of the city were enthusiastic. And if you follow the newspaper every day, they're probably still enthusiastic about moving forward. So just comparing that, it just strikes me as being instructive to all of us. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Councillor McMeekin. Councillor Cooper, if you could take the chair for a second, please. It's really frustrating for me that in the information that we were provided and what we heard today is that we had a purchase requisition request completed by the acting manager, capital repair maintenance contracts, approved by the department manager, the acting director, and the general manager, as well as the business administrator and the manager of finance. I am shocked that with all of those people involved, we paid out a deposit of 50%, and then we paid out the remaining amount without delivery of the product. That's what homeowners do all the time. Here's your deposit, I want to see the goods, finish it, and then I'll give you the rest of the money. That's generally what good business does, but we didn't do that. So there's no fallback position if they fail to provide exactly what they were contracted to do. I don't even know where to begin with the fact that an individual came in, met with some housing staff, and next thing you know, they're getting a contract and they didn't have a company. No one on staff thought to check out the corporation that they claimed to represent. Who were the principals? When were they incorporated? What has their business been like in Ontario? None of that was done. It boggles the mind that we keep having these auditor reports come forward pointing out issues that we need to fix, and yet it keeps happening again. And as some of my colleagues have opined, the residents have had enough of that. And I agree. It's inexcusable. You know, when the vote happened, and I've heard a few of my colleagues speak about the vote, and we talked about using Barton Tiffany lands for this project. I was sitting over there, I asked the questions about the contamination. I was told that this particular corner of the property had the least amount of contamination based on groundwater flow and soil testing. But there didn't seem to be any opposition around the table to moving ahead with that project. Why? Because they didn't have any other place to put them. That seemed to be the argument. And so I moved an amendment. I can't remember who seconded it, but you need to put a liner down, you need to put stone down, and you need to put pavement down, all of which will provide some protection from any potential contamination that is directly underneath them. And we did that. I don't know how or where we begin to hold people accountable for these decisions. The mayor gives a mayoral direction and it expresses some urgency, but that mayoral direction did not exempt the project from our normal procedures. It did not do that. Read the direction. She did express urgency. So did the council. But it does not excuse staff from doing the normal due diligence that we would do to ensure that we're acting with fiduciary responsibility as per the taxpayers. That didn't happen. When council says to the senior leadership team, to the city manager, here you go, this is what we want you to do, this horseshoe expects that the procedures, the protocol, the policies that we have as a municipality will be complied with. It did not happen. Do we blame the council? Because the council is not actually doing the operational work. Council wasn't even aware that it had exceeded significantly the original budgeted amount until it was brought here. That again broke procedure. So I know everyone around this room is pretty upset about it, pretty disappointed. I don't understand, quite frankly, and I accept the apology, but I don't understand how the city manager and the senior leadership did not have eyes on the prize. Left it to housing. You sort it out. Why weren't they directly involved with this all the way through? Why wasn't Public Works directly involved with this all the way? Why wasn't legal involved with this? You paid someone sight unseen, you paid full value for it before you received the product. And then you find out it doesn't come with warranties, and it doesn't meet the building code, it didn't meet the fire code, it didn't meet the electrical code, and we ended up paying through the nose for all of those things, when in reality, it was the proponent that should have been paying for that. And we just simply apologize for that? There needs to be accountability. There needs to be an assurance to this body that when the Auditor General makes these recommendations in any division, I don't care what the division is, those recommendations are management recommendations, and it should apply right across the entire organization. And if your organization, your division, your department isn't meeting the expectations of the Auditor General, then we need to fix that. But to keep coming back, saying, well, you know, that was a learning moment. No. It was $5 million over. I'm literally stunned that we gave a deposit, and then the company owner said, oh, I need all of the money before I can get the product to you. And that didn't set off an alarm bell. That did not set off an alarm bell in anybody. And so we just handed over the rest of the money. And then that stuff comes in from China. I'm finished now. And before I finish that, it does not in any way, shape, or form reflect negatively on the social work that's being done on the site with Good Shepherd and all the work that they're doing to get folks out of those shelters and into permanent housing. That is a success. How we got here, from a capital perspective, was a failure. Thank you. I'll take the chair back. Councillor Cooper. Councillor Narinder Nan. That's okay. I keep doing that too.
I forget. I just wanted to clarify procedurally, Chair, that a number of us indicated that we had questions on the confidential report. Do we need to defer until we deal with the confidential portion of the report and then come back to have final comments?
We could most certainly do that procedurally.
Yeah, just aware of the time and the fact that you were trying to avoid the recess, so just. Yep.
So I'll look to the clerk. So we're going closed now then? Okay. Thank you for that reminder, Councilor Nan, much appreciated. Okay, folks. I need a mover and a seconder to defer 8.1 until after we receive the confidential information. Moved by Councilor Ted McVick and seconded by Councilor Nan. Is that a hand vote? Hand vote on that one, please, everybody. That's unanimous. Thank you very much. We now need a motion to go into closed session for item 11.1. I need a move and a seconder on the following pursuant to subsection 9.3, subsection F of the city's procedural bylaw. Everyone in the room, if we could keep our voices down so that we can get through this. We're still in business here. Thank you. As amended in section 239.2, subsection F of the Ontario Municipal Act 2001 is amended as the subject matter pertains to F, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. We will require an electronic vote. On mover and seconder, moved by Councillor Nan, seconded by Councillor Wang, and this is an electronic vote. Thumbs up from Councillor Spada for Councillor Jackson, Councillor Kretsch, Councillor Wang, And you got Councillor Cooper, right? Yes, that is correct. Wow, she's not on the screen. That's correct. That carries. Members of the public advise that during the closed session portion of the meeting, the live stream will broadcast a closed session in progress screen. The broadcast will resume with the closed session portion of the meeting is complete. As we are now moving to closed session, I would ask all members of the public, delegates, external participants to please now exit this WebEx meeting. As well, any staff that are not directly related to be in the in-camera item are also now asked to please exit the WebEx meeting. Also remind members of council that as per section 8.7 of the procedural bylaw, the use of personal electronic devices during closed meeting is strictly prohibited. However, the use of city electronic devices during closed meetings are limited to text communications only, with city electronic devices not being used as a telephone or recording device or camera. Staff from the office of the city clerk are exempted from section 8.7C when using electronic devices for recording purposes. Okay, now, those who don't need to be here can leave, and those that need to be here We're back in open session so that you can vote at the appropriate time.
I'm sorry, Counselor, I don't know how to accept it right now. You can just, if you're wanting to speak, you can indicate and we'll take your vote manually. Thanks, Ann. I'll check the feeds. We're good to go on both.
Are we up and running yet? Okay, thank you. Welcome back to the General Issues Committee, February 10th, 2026, City of Hamilton. We are dealing with 8.1, which is AUD 26002, the Housing Audit, Barton Tiffany Temporary Shelters Investigation and Lessons Learned, revised. We just came out of in-camera where we received legal advice and a legal report, and there were questions and discussion. We now need to move receipt of that presentation in camera, the report, as well as indicate that the report and the discussion remains confidential. Moved by Councillor Wang, seconded by Councillor McMeekin. Did I capture that correctly?
And all of the recommendations of the reports that are open.
And all of the recommendations of the report. So we're voting on all of that. Everyone understand? Okay. Oh, Councillor Nan, sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I just wanted to hold my comments until there was an opportunity to receive all of the pertinent information and ask all the questions. It's in my opinion that micro shelters took advantage of the city during a housing crisis when we were focused on solutions for our community. Lack of due diligence related to project and contract management on the part of the city also contributed to cost overruns of millions of dollars of public funds that were lost. And I agree with many in our community that those funds could have gone a long way towards other solutions related to housing and health at a time when our city and our communities are facing a crisis of hundreds of people rendered homeless, and in many cases having very few options other than to live encamped, in parks, and in the public realm. I recognize the urgency and the complexities as being very real. Dealing with a humanitarian crisis and a constant pressure from our residents to do more is a lot. But that said, responding at an emergency level, as a level of government, requires excellence to deliver outcomes with accountability. Residents expect strong controls when public dollars are involved in establishing city-owned facilities. I want to say thank you again to the Auditor General for the report, which clarifies what is wholly unacceptable when it comes to public service excellence. And I truly look forward to the rigor that staff have responded with in terms of the recommendations, saying that they will be bringing forward further reports to outline what that rigor is going to look like. I think that's an expectation for our residents, and it's definitely an expectation of this table. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nan. Seeing no further comments around the table, we'll now call the vote. All in favor? Councillor Jackson is a thumbs up. Councillor McMeekin is a thumbs up. Councillor Wang is a thumbs up. Jackson, McMeekin, Cooper, the mayor, and Councillor Wang. Was that correct? That vote carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone. Have a good evening. Meeting is adjourned.